hopes and future of our people, let the voice of their guns express the words of freedom. I would like to begin this statement by informing the public that I wrote what I'm about to say. It's what I feel. I've never been forced to say anything on any tape, nor have I been brainwashed, drugged, tortured, hypnotized, or in any way confused. As George Jackson wrote, it's me, the way I want it, the way I see it. Mom, Dad, I would like to comment on your efforts to supposedly secure my safety. The People in Need giveaway was a sham. You attempted to deceive the people, the SLA, and me with statements about your concern for myself and the people. You were playing games, stalling for time which the FBI was using in their attempts to assassinate me and the SLA elements which guarded me. You continued to report that you did everything in your power to pave the way for negotiations for my release. I hate to believe that you could have been so unimaginative as to not even have considered getting Little and Romero released on bail. While it was repeatedly stated that my conditions would at all times correspond with those of the captured soldiers, when your own lawyer went to inspect the whole of San Quentin, he approved the deplorable conditions there. Another move which potentially jeopardized my safety. My mother's acceptance of the appointment to a second term as a UC regent, as you well knew, would have caused my immediate execution had the SLA been less than together about their political goals. Your actions have taught me a great lesson, and in a strange kind of way, I'm grateful to you. Stephen, I know that you are beginning to realize that there is no such thing as neutrality in time of war. There can be no compromise, as your experience with the FBI must have shown you. You have been harassed by the FBI because of your supposed connections with so-called radicals, and some people have even gone so far as to suggest that I arranged my own arrest. We both know what really came down that Monday night, but you don't know what's happened since then. I've changed, grown. I've become conscious and can never go back to the life we led before. What I'm saying may seem cold to you and to my old friends, but love doesn't mean the same thing to me anymore. My love has expanded as a result of my experiences to embrace all people. It's grown into an unselfish love for my comrades here, in prison, and on the streets. A love that comes from the knowledge that no one is free until we are all free. While I wish that you could be a comrade, I don't expect it. All I expect is that you try to understand the changes I've gone through. I've been given the choice of 1, being released in a safe area, or 2, joining the forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army and fighting for my freedom and the freedom of all oppressed people. I have chosen to stay and fight. One thing which I have learned is that the corporate ruling class will do anything in their power in order to maintain their position of control over the masses, even if this means the sacrifice of one of their own. It should be obvious that people who don't even care about their own children couldn't possibly care about anyone else's children. The things which are precious to these people are their money and power, and they will never willingly surrender either. People should not have to humiliate themselves by standing in lines in order to be fed, nor should they have to live in fear for their lives and the lives of their children, as Tyrone Guyton's mother will sadly attest to. Dad, you said that you were concerned with my life, and you also said that you were concerned with the life and interests of all oppressed people in this country, but you are a liar in both areas, and as a member of the ruling class, I know for sure that yours and Mom's interests are never the interests of the people. Dad, you said that you would see about getting more job opportunities for the people, but why haven't you warned the people what's going to happen to them? That actually the few jobs they still have will be taken away. You, a corporate liar, of course will say that you don't know what I'm talking about, but I ask you then to prove it. Tell the poor and oppressed people of this nation what the corporate state is about to do. Warn black and poor people that they're about to be murdered down to the last man, woman, and child. If you're so interested in the people, why don't you tell them what the energy crisis really is? Tell them how it's nothing more than a manufactured strategy, a way of hiding industry's real intentions. Tell the people that the energy crisis is nothing more than a means to get public approval for a massive program to build nuclear power plants all over the nation. Tell the people that the entire corporate state is, with the aid of this massive power supply, about to totally automate the entire industrial state to the point that in the next 5 years, all that will be needed will be a small class of button pushers. Tell the people, Dad, that all of the lower class and at least half of the middle class will be unemployed in the next 3 years, and that the removal of the expendable excess, the removal of unneeded people has already started. I want you to tell the people the truth. Tell them how the law and order programs are just a means to remove so-called violent, meaning aware individuals from the community in order to facilitate the controlled removal of unneeded labor forces from this country in the same way that Hitler controlled the removal of the Jews from Germany. I should have known that if you and the rest of the corporate state were willing to do this to millions of people to maintain power and to serve your needs, you would also kill me if necessary to serve those same needs. How long will it take before white people in this country understand that whatever happens to a black child happens sooner or later to a white child? How long will it be before we all understand that we must fight for our freedom? I have been given the name Tanya after a comrade who fought alongside Che in Bolivia for the people of Bolivia. I embrace the name with the determination to continue fighting with her spirit. There is no victory in half-assed attempts at revolution. I know Tanya dedicated her life to the people, fighting with total dedication and an intense desire to learn, which I will continue in the oppressed American people's revolution. All colors of string in the web of humanity yearn for freedom. Osceola and Burrow, even though we've never met, I feel like I know you. Time brought me to you, and I'm fighting with your freedom and the freedom of all prisoners in mine. In the strenuous jogs that life takes, you are pillars of strength to me. If I'm feeling down, I think of you, of where you are and why you are there, and my determination grows stronger. It's good to see that your spirits are so high in spite of the terrible conditions. Even though you aren't here, you're with other strong comrades, and the three of us are learning together. I in an environment of love, and you in one of hate, in the belly of the fascist beast. We've grown closer to the people and become stronger through our experiences. I've learned how vicious the pig really is, and our comrades are teaching me to attack with even greater viciousness in the knowledge that the people will win. I send greetings to Death Row Jeff, Al Taylor, and Raymond Scott. Your concern for my safety is matched by my concern for yours. We share a common goal as revolutionaries, knowing that Comrade George lives. It is in the spirit of Tanya that I say, Patria o muerte, venceremos.
Greetings to the people. My name is Tico. I am a white revolutionary and a soldier in the Symbionese Liberation Army. I have a message for all my white brothers who have not yet come forward to fight for the freedom of all oppressed people. Contrary to what many of us may think, the special privileges white men as a group have gained for themselves through the oppression of all other people has never secured for us the freedom we desire. White men must understand that they will live under the threat of death as long as they continue to oppress members of any class or group who have the strength and determination to fight back. White men themselves have only one avenue to freedom, and that is to join in fighting to the death those who are and those who aspire to be the slave masters of the world. Many of us have been bold enough to intellectualize about revolution, but far too chicken shit to get down and help make it. Most of us have been nearly fatally stricken with the vile sickness of racism. Again, most of us have been immobilized by our sexist egos and have watched and done nothing as our sisters have rushed by us into battle. We have fooled ourselves into believing that Madison Avenue piggery will bring us eternal bourgeois happiness. If we haven't bought into the racist, sexist, capitalist, imperialist program we have greened out in Mendocino and New Hampshire. To black people who lead our struggle to freedom, we have proved to be the racist punks of the world when we kick back and live off the blood and lives of the people. However, many of us have seen through this sham and are fighting beside comrades from all races and classes, women and men, old and young. We know we have a long way to go to purify our minds of the many bourgeois poisons, but we also know that this isn't done through bullshitting and ego-tripping. It is done by fighting. And as the comrade has taught us, by stalking the pig, seizing him by his tusks, and riding his pig ass into his grave. It is done by unleashing the most devastating revolutionary violence ever imagined, by proving that all races and groups of people can unite and fight together for the true freedom of us all. When we call on the people to join us in the fight for freedom, many of you wonder how you can join the Symbionese Liberation Army, feeling that joining materially with those who are already fighting will provide the security you need to justify risking your lives. But we soldiers in the SLA say to this mistaken reasoning that we must read again our Declaration of Revolutionary War in terms of military political alliance. The SLA came into being because many people refused to wait for so-called revolutionary groups and organizations to lead them into a revolution which would therefore never come. We grew tired of waiting for mythological North American revolutionaries with the necessary expertise and skills we lack to teach us. We have learned from many brave revolutionary women and men, but in reality, we are fighting today because we ourselves have seized the moment, taught ourselves, developed incredible strength, determination, and committed ourselves to never compromise with the enemy. As anyone with the most primitive of revolutionary mentalities knows, the people will not be given their freedom. They will have to seize it. Wait for no one, my brothers. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, Year of the Phoenix, Part 5. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And today, we are joining you all back on the public feed because I think the momentum is just, it's going too hard right now in the Year of the Phoenix series. And I thought, we're really in the thick of it. So let's just keep plowing through.
Yeah.
I think,
I wanted to say, I thought this would be I was just talking to you about this. I think this would be a good, tone setter in terms of, kind of orienting where we are.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, before you do that, just so in case people haven't been on the Patreon and heard parts 2, 3, and 4, just to kind of place us, we're now in April, the beginning of April 1974, where newspaper heiress Patty Hearst has been kidnapped by the Symbionese Liberation Army. At this point, she has gone through her shocking transformation, and I think just at the end of the last part 4, she had announced herself to the world as Tanya, an urban guerrilla and member, soldier for the People's Army. So, and we'd covered a lot of things. Highly recommend, if you find this interesting, go subscribe at patreon.com/subliminaljihad. Parts 2, 3, and 4 really get at a lot of different, moving pieces and context. I think, social context, media context, political, MK Ultra, prison torture, context, that, really helps, flesh out and enrich this very tangled story. But now, here we are in the middle of the crisis, and you found an interesting article from the underground press, which we've extracted so much juice from the underground press.
But this is from a fascinating other side of the underground press in a way, because I don't know to what extent you could describe this as being underground, but it's definitely a strange newsletter that many may not have heard of, right? We talk about something like the Berkeley Barb. Obviously, it has a strong left-wing slant. We've talked about that, right? Even kind of participating in this face game around heaviness, as we talked about in our Berkeley Barb dedicated episode. This is kind of the other side of the coin. This is actually a newspaper that I didn't really have much knowledge of, but it was started by this guy who we were just talking about before we started recording, Edward Hunter, who was involved in intelligence work. Early in the 40s, I think he was in the OSS. He's been described as a CIA officer, but he was he was in the CIA later on. Sorry, in 1947, once the CIA was organized, he joined a journalistic cover. And he was known in those circles as an expert on brainwashing, actually, and he even testified before HUAC as an expert in that, and said basically that we're losing the Cold War because they are beating us on the brainwashing front. They're better at propaganda and psychological manipulation.
Yes.
And this article was published in his newspaper, Tactics, which is the sort of a line, or the tagline is the only professional Psy-war journal.
Interesting.
Which, published for several years. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I noticed he does have a Wikipedia article, just maybe to underline. Yes, he was a psychological warfare brainwashing expert. Was also he actually worked in a newspaper in China in the 1920s. And I guess covered the Japanese invasion of Manchuria. So he might have been a Far East Division OSS head. But later, this is interesting. He, like you said, he became a journalist, but was working for the CIA. He later sat on the advisory board of the Young Americans for Freedom, and then started publishing the Tactics newsletter in 1964 under the auspices of Anti-Communism Liaison Inc. And then he'd served as the chairman of the organization and editor of it until 1978. I think he might have died at that point. And he was also associated with the American Opinion Speakers Bureau of the John Birch Society.
In fact, he was the inventor, allegedly. Many credit him with inventing the term brainwashing.
Yeah,
in a 1950 article from Miami News.
Interesting. He said by combining Pavlovian theory with modern technology, Russian and Chinese psychologists had developed powerful techniques for manipulating the mind. It was Hunter's variation of the Chinese term xinao, meaning cleaning the brain. Interesting. So he wrote, I think back in 1951, Brainwashing in Red China, the calculated destruction of men's minds. That actually predates, that might have been one of the books that was used as a justification to launch the MK Ultra project in 1953, right?
Yeah,
very hysterical,
basically he was banging the drum for something like that to be started,
It's okay. So interesting positionality here.
So this is, and it's so funny when I first read this, I was like, is this some kind of trot article? Because this newspaper does sort of have the aesthetics of the same type of dragon and stuff like that. I guess dragon, a lot of it is kind of handwritten, so maybe not, but the Berkeley Barb or even Ramparts, the aesthetic is very similar.
He sure wishes he had some kimchi to go with it right now. That kind of Orientalism.
Right. So he writes, Hearst kidnapping, this is an editorial, so I assume it's from his pen. Hearst kidnapping confirms a concealed obvious. Conspiracy finally admitted. The kidnapping of the Hearst girl, and this is actually right from where you're talking about. This is April 20th, 1974.
Okay.
The kidnapping of the Hearst girl will not have been in vain from our standpoint if it forces home the lesson that there is a conspiracy and there is treason, whether or not their perpetrators have had a New Republic make it legal. Until, and even still now, any reference to a conspiracy evokes violent indignation, particularly amongst professors, editors, and in government. William B. Saxby, our new Attorney General, in a press conference in Los Angeles on February 21st said, "The danger of kidnapping extends not only to domestic family affairs, I'm talking about political kidnapping, it extends to world political affairs. Prominent people kidnapped and the ransom being named as foreign affairs activities. the system of arms, the question of how far a country will go in trying to meet demands. And certainly when we are confronted with these types of things, the life of the individual becomes less significant than when it is a family affair. And obviously there are people in this country who would perpetrate such a crime. Now, the law enforcement people in this country, beginning with the FBI, attempt to know something about the patterns of such operations. The significance of this statement was that it was made before, this is Hunter coming back in. The significance of the statement was that it was made before a group of reporters in the Beverly Hilton with Clarence Kelly, FBI director, standing beside him. If there are quote-unquote patterns, and they refer to quote-unquote political kidnappings, and they have quote-unquote world ramifications, they obviously are conspiratorial, if dictionary and legal meanings are to have any credence any longer. This goes contrary to political dogma nowadays, as insisted upon in our sources of learning and in our sources of information, schools and the press, and in the White House. There, Ramsey Clark's double standard still prevails on such matters, in order not to annoy Brezhnev and Mao and upset détente. Tactics magazine has been trying to bring the inescapable reality that there is political conspiracy against the United States out from behind the official curtain. If Patricia Hearst's case helps to do so, she will have contributed decisively to U.S. security, if she intended it this way or not. In May 20th, 1969, Tactics, the magazine led off with the article, "Say it as it is, conspiracy. We warned the world was taboo, erasing the concept of conspiracy from our minds, facilitating its use by international communism as a psychological warfare tool for our conquest." An Associated Press dispatch in the Baltimore Sun of April 3rd summarized an interview with Saxby in the national capital, and included this paragraph. Asked if he was suggesting the existence of a conspiracy, he replied, quote, "a worldwide conspiracy." This admission by a man in his position, with his sources of information as Justice Department head and authority over the FBI, was of prime importance.
Oh, yes.
That
yes.
is.
It's a very trustworthy Saxby.
Yeah. Yes, that is, except to the present. Yeah. Right. That is, except to the press and radio TV. We should be thankful that the Baltimore Sun at least printed it, even if only on page 8, under almost its smallest headline. If the accusations against TV radio were not true, it would have told this to its listeners. And if the press covered news ethically, it would have been a page 1 story, as it warranted. What made the statement even more significant is that William B. Saxby is a long acknowledged liberal. The AP Dispatch quoted Saxby as saying that federal authorities had obtained a terrorist kidnapping manual and that, quote, "this Hearst thing is conducted right by the book." Saxby added that this suggested the involvement of a, quote, "a worldwide conspiracy" in recent kidnappings in the United States and abroad. He also said, according to the Associated Press, "When you think the Symbionese, so-called Symbionese Liberation Army, and the others are taking this right out of some Maoist doctrinal textbooks on how to operate in terrorism and other forms of civil disturbance, you realize it is not just a coincidental thing." This is when he was asked if he was suggesting the existence of a conspiracy, and he replied, "a worldwide conspiracy." The dispatch went on. Mr. Saxby said he had evidence that such a conspiracy exists, but that he could not discuss it further. Asked if the Symbionese Liberation Army is involved in the alleged conspiracy, the AP was careful to put the word alleged, Saxby pointed out that it profited from the information available. And asked to name the distributors of the kidnap manuals, he replied, "They are Maoist organizations that have done this. We have no shortage of terrorist organizations organizing urban guerrilla units." An FBI spokesman, Robert Frank, was quoted in the same dispatch as describing a recent manual entitled "Organizing Urban Guerrilla Unity," written by Raul Estremera, circulated in units of the Black, so-called, Liberation Army, an offshoot of the Black Panther Party. The sudden discovery of revolutionary conspiracy of the identical guerrilla nature as used in Algeria as well as in Indochina, operating on U.S. soil, may be a surprise to the White House and the State Department, and the news channels generally. But it should not be a surprise to the parents of any student from high school age upwards. So-called quote-unquote underground newspapers, which have been glamorized and defended by such organs as the Washington Post and the NY Times, have for years now been full of detailed instructions on how to go about bloody violence without being caught. The extensive arson in schools, the quote-unquote executions of police and officials are part of this training that is supposed to come under the protection of quote-unquote freedom of speech and quote-unquote dissent. Tactics has reprinted photos and excerpts in an effort to force action. The government just did not want to know. Maybe Patricia Hearst can alert us more effectively.
That is pretty interesting. I mean,
yeah.
One funny irony of that is that at this point, you do see the kind of like the really hardcore John Bircher right wing and the SLA in a way are both contributing to the fiction of the SLA as being much more much more of a vast revolutionary conspiracy than it actually is,
Yes.
arguably for their own respective reasons, right? Like the
Yeah.
SLA presumably is doing it to make themselves look more powerful and fearsome and like we are everywhere. Like even the things they told Patty about how they have agents in like post offices all around the country and people like waiters and like service people like eavesdropping to hear the needs of the people, at all times, and like they're everywhere. They're shooting, blah blah blah, and they're connected in some kind of like material way with all these third world liberation struggles and the IRA and all these movements across the third world. At the same time, you have the John Birchers and some of like the Nixonites for their own anti-communist reasons, their own piggish reasons, to basically do the exact same thing and say that like this is actually, and it's bad. Like it's basically the same statement, but like, and it's evil and scary and we need to, stop it, right? Even the kind of apocalyptic predictions from some people on the left. I mean, you see this in the Berkeley Barb from a variety of people of a really like fever pitch fear and paranoia about an overt police state takeover and, concentration camps for radicals and for minorities and like, something to the level, like a new level of fascist terror, open, naked fascist terror is about to be unleashed. And then on the flip side, you have John Bircher saying like, we are literally on the verge of just urban guerrilla units, Spook Who's Sat by the Door style, like Operation Condition Red, like popping up in 15 cities to like take police stations hostage, and or something like that. Both of which are like kind of fantasy projections ultimately. As it stands in April of 1974, there really are just 11, counting Patty, at the beginning of April. There are like 11 official soldiers of the SLA.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
And most of them live in one apartment,
Yeah, it does sort of like remind you of how they're like, oh, like while Patty was like blindfolded in the closet, they're like, oh, we have a messenger here from one of our other cells, like from, one of our like intelligence units or something. You know, it's like, hello, comrade. And like, it's like nobody's there, just like trying to make her think that they had this vast network. But yeah, I mean, you definitely can see like the motive for saying this and how like it totally, like, I mean, it does kind of, I mean, obviously you can't necessarily, infer one from the other, but it does kind of make one think of, in light of everything else we've talked about the kind of manufacture of the SLA and how this organization actually came to exist and the sort of a strange journey of Donald DeFreeze. It does make you think of that, like, something like this, is perfectly fit for purpose, Even
the kind of, because now we're in the period of people fretting and talking about Patty's transformation into Tanya. There's a lot of loose talk and speculation about brainwashing, right? And you could even see up to a point, though I think the SLA would always, they would scoff at that exact word for what they did. But if you said, like, did you guys, like, use, like, tried and true like Maoist like re-education techniques to like alert her to the reality of like the class war and like blah blah blah, they would be like, yeah, we did. Exactly. Like and it was good. Like that's what you should do. When you should try to like convert prisoners using like Maoist pedagogy and like these kind of techniques. And then meanwhile, the right wing is saying like they literally have a Maoist handbook of like almost like a Fritz Springmeier, like how to perfectly program like an absolutely mind controlled Maoist slave in like 12 steps, and they're just like going through it. And there's like this very locked in communist program of how to like brainwash somebody that like they're using. And I mean, I think we've already unpacked that, I think in the last couple chapters, like how, like the whole brainwashing debate is a little bit, it gets oversimplified. And, I think both of those versions are not exactly what happened, but, I think she was put into an environment of coercive persuasion and then subjected to like a particular worldview of her captors, and then given this kind of little suggestive opportunity by DeFreeze to be like, well, the Supreme War Council, which is made up, was maybe going to execute you, but if you decide to join us, then that it might be all good. And she grabs onto that as like the only hope, and then, starts playing this role, like the role of a lifetime for her life, to be like, I'm going to lean into what these people are saying and act like I'm being turned on and having my mind blown, and like I'm having a class awakening, and realizing all the bourgeois lies I've been raised with, and then I'm going to join them. And then, as we can see, there's a good amount of time, even from this point onward, where she's on the lam as Tanya. The question of like, did she get lost in her role, or in some kind of way, like, really did start to believe it after a while? That's kind of up to debate. But they definitely want to weaponize this, like the John Birchers, that kind of crowd. They want to bring up that old anti-communist rap about, the very thing that allegedly inspired the MK Ultra program in the first place. Like the Manchurian Candidate kind of hypothesis. Like they could even take this bourgeois rich girl, who's like totally kind of like a normie, and then in 2 months turn her into a Maoist revolutionary terrorist.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like that could, I think the term from that paper you read, saying that like Patty was almost portrayed as anyone's daughter, despite her bourgeois background. There was this kind of presentation of the Hearst family as like a stand-in for like the classic American, like middle class,
totally,
kind of petty
you
bourgeois
can even see in
family.
that article. What you can even see in that article we just read, where he says like anyone who has children knows like the threat that we're, it's like, what, like anyone who has children is like aware of the like psychological like worldwide campaign that is being waged against us by communism.
Yeah, I think
through the organ of the underground press. I guess obviously it's like classic like early 70s, late 60s stuff, but
yeah, the kind of Catherine Hearst perspective that when you send your kid off to college and they come back and they're like a leftist, that is like communist brainwashing that has occurred.
I mean, obviously that still like exists now and is still incredibly salient in like the American culture war.
Absolutely.
Like, I mean, we see like how like the outsized role that universities continue to play, and the concern over like the radicalization or brainwashing of young people by like quote unquote left-wing institutions.
Yeah, it's called woke now, but like
exactly.
This dynamic occurred in like the late 60s, early 70s as well, where the straight like kind of conservative middle class, suburban type parents were just mortified at the kind of heavy political beliefs like their kids would adopt, and blah blah blah.
It's interesting, because like even though there is no more like Soviet Union, I guess like it maybe, but I feel like no one like really blames China for, maybe there's a few, it's more of a niche thing. No one really like it's not like a leading theme of like the concern with wokeness. I feel like is like that this is all like orchestrated by China, although you do like see that, and I feel like you know, like with the TikTok stuff where it's like, oh, China does this on purpose to, but like I feel like it's not really what China believes in is the idea. China's just trying to make our society weaker. Like they are not woke. They just want us to be woke so that we're weak.
Exactly. Yeah. If anything, there's a really heavy focus in this like current iteration with, in a way,
what people say. But,
of course.
Tuning in.
This is what's claimed. But there's almost a focus on the fifth column, the enemy within, these woke professors, and it's always a little fuzzy when you ask them like, well, what's the ideology of like these? Well, they hate America. It usually comes down to they hate America and they want to undermine it from within, and it's not even usually invoked that they're the pawns of. It's almost like liberals are more likely to say like, oh, somebody is Putin's puppet or something like that. These days, like in their own, they have their own version of that going on, but you don't hear, oh yeah, they're like funded by the CCP or something. It's like, in a way, they're carrying on a tradition that has been extant since the 60s, that the most like America-hating, radical, freakish, like, sickos in American like professional life are clustered in the universities, and they sit in this perch because it's like it's a very effective place to like get people when they're kind of young and learning about the world, to like indoctrinate them with these vaguely communistic, woke, globalist, like kind of, now it's all kind of jumbled with like, culture war, like LGBT stuff. And, but communism's like a part of it. They'll casually be like, oh, they're all like communists and they hate America and stuff. And I think there's a belief that has continued in some way, like since the 60s and 70s, that the academy has always been this like fifth column.
Like, I mean, Marcuse, like this is the heyday of Marcuse, right? And like during this, he's
in the
still
Barb a
kind
lot.
of, exactly. He's still kind of like viewed as like a prophet of wokeness, right? Both, by people like Rockhill and also like others, so like people on the right, like I think Matt Taibbi had like some article about the pernicious influence of Marcuse. You see it like all the time, that type of stuff. Not to say that like I love the Frankfurt School people, but just like in terms of talking about the continuities. I mean, and in terms of the continuities, you could even say that it goes back further in a way. Obviously there are specific things that emerging in 60s and 70s that like continue, like still are with us, but you could really even trace it back even further if you think about like the fact that like the black prisoner is kind of the center of the sort of politics, or like it's kind of the the central figure in the sort of a political or ideology of like the SLA, right? Like he is the revolutionary subject, right? He or she. And like you still see that like now in some respect, right, with like the sort of Black Lives Matter, right? And you could trace that back even further to like fundamental rifts like in American society in a way. So it's kind of like almost, you could say that like the communism aspect, even though obviously that becomes part of it, like in a Cold War context, it's not really like essential to it. It really like is kind of grafted on, and actually what's being expressed are kind of like deeper like fundamental rifts within American society that go back to even before the existence of the United States. Like the sort of contradictions and the well, I'm going to say what the Constitution, but I don't mean the sort of Constitution of the country itself, the foundation of the country itself, right? Between like kind of like liberal principles and like the slavery that was like a fundamental part of it,
Absolutely. And
the prison system, of course, as we kind of talked about in some of what we were reading, is like obviously a direct descendant of that system.
Right. And you don't hear as much about it today. It's kind of interesting. The prisoner as the revolutionary vanguard thing kind of petered out after a while. I do wonder, given it's such a high control environment, that they found ways to sort of either depoliticize or like segregate off from the outside world, enough of the prison population, despite it exploding, right? Even as late as the 1990s under Bill Clinton, like mass incarceration, super predators, all that kind of stuff. Like, if anything, California once again became a dark model for the entire country. Like they had the most, in a way, like kind of the most aggressive, invasive prison system of any state, which is kind of crazy to think about when you're thinking about this is still like the waning days of Jim Crow in the South, that California would be like the most. But of course, California, like so true to its overall identity, had also the therapeutic approach to incarceration. Whereas, like down in, Louisiana, they just put you in chain gangs and make you, break rocks or whatever. Like it's very almost like blatantly kind of reminiscent of like slave patrols and that kind of thing, forced labor and that kind of thing. But in California, they have this extra thing of like, we're going to fix you by like sending you to Vacaville and like MKing you basically, and like having Jolly West do experiments on you to like do psychosurgery and drug you to make you perform as a compliant, like pacified individual, which, some of the prisoners felt like I would almost prefer just like an asshole guard that is like mean to you and is like, you're in here because you're being punished, but that you have like a 10-year bid, and like once you do your time, they're not going to try to like fuck with, they're just like there to like keep you, from doing anything, but like they're not going to like get into your mind and try to like psychologically manipulate you the way that like the California prisons do. And of course they're quite brutal and corrupt as well. So it's not like you're exempt from getting beat up or stabbed because you refuse to be an informant or any of these other things. There's still like the racist like segregation model where like every, basically like prisons have to be like, in a way they have their own Jim Crow like weird system, and then like, if you want to organize as a white inmate, you have to join one of the Nazi groups, which is oh so convenient, right? It's like there's not even, so yeah, it just seems like an environment meant to like turbocharge like racist divide and conquer tactics and promote, maybe certain types of like prison gang philosophies over others. Like certainly the George Jackson, like I mean, even the Black Guerrilla family, I gotta say, like by the end of the 70s, one of their members was involved in trying to assassinate was it Faye Stender, one of the like a feminist lawyer in San Francisco, and like wounded, like paralyzed her, and then she committed suicide a few years after that. But that guy was like, he'd been told that she betrayed George Jackson, and so he's like, you have to die. And then I think another BGF member would be the one who killed Huey Newton at the end of the 1980s, allegedly over some kind of drug altercation, but like, who can really know, So I feel like, there's so many opportunities to like subvert and infiltrate and manipulate those kind of groups that inevitably, and the nonstop like propaganda spigot running counter to like black political prisoners are like the most revolutionary blah 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 like, instead, think about all the cop shows and the movies and like all US media like from the 80s kind of onward, taking really doubling down on like the cop as hero, like criminals be bad guys, like criminals just be bad guys, like that kind of became dominant, I think, in American society again. And this idea that like everybody should be released from jail, like because it's so politically, it's such a politically motivated system of oppression and blah blah blah. Like I don't think that has much purchase in like American society.
Yeah, there are
these
definitely
days.
some people who describe as prison abolitionists. That is a thing.
That's true.
And like and like you can definitely see the lineage, like in terms of like obviously like they believe in abolishing prison, so in that sense. But I think that the name does kind of harken back to abolitionism as a movement during the time of slavery.
Right.
So
yeah, it's not
like,
hasn't totally disappeared, but
it exists. Although I think it's similar to like the kind of defunding the police thing, where like it's I mean, like it's I feel like people were not like it didn't like give that idea like its due, or kind of like caricatured it, like there wasn't. But at the same time, like it's like a Sisyphean, like you just can't get that over with the vast majority of people, because like they're deeply in love with the idea of the police, like as you're saying, like they're just like, so like people really do believe that like the police like are help like save them from the criminal element, which
sickos
like, is,
and bad guys,
these bad guys, exactly. Where like I think that like the average person like would be hard pressed. I mean, I don't know, maybe there are some, but I feel like it's rare that a person can like speak of a time when the police like helped them or protected them, you can think of police getting people who have done things,
right,
but like and they're like getting the people off the streets.
They get involved usually
like,
after something has already happened. They don't really prevent it's questionable to what degree they actually prevent crime. And
it's like
but also they are so powerful, like the police unions in these big cities, like
people are very propagandized, like the idea that like, what will we do without the police, like everyone would just like kill each other or something, like if there weren't cops, the threat of cops, we would all just like and
I do think it's worth keeping in mind with like this story and all the other stories of this era that are so weird, everything from like starting with the Manson killings and then going on into like the actions of the SLA, the zebra killings that were going on around the same time, the Zodiac killings, which, big time SLA coverer Paul Avery, made his bones, working on the Zodiac case just a few years earlier in San Francisco. The various serial killers that were, Boston Strangler, Green River Killer, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy. Like basically American society goes through about like 25 to 30 years of there's always a story coming out in the media about just some fucking sicko, like some absolute freak who like doesn't have, even if sometimes they claim to have some kind of like political or social motivation, the end conclusion tends to be like they're just insane, they're criminally insane, and they just like love to kill, it's almost, Richard Ramirez, like all these kind of like cases where it's like a psycho, like just he needs to kill, and like maybe he's worshiping Satan, maybe he thinks Son of Sam, like the neighbor's dog is talking to him or whatever, or that, all kinds of things. But I think it creates almost this category of crime that is like above social, political, and economic conditions, that it's like separate from like a black guerrilla family, kind of like a George Jackson type activist or somebody like that in jail that like writes books and has like a coherent critique of society or something and is organizing for prisoners' rights. Like, it's just a guy who's like I'm gonna kill, and just being a little devil. And I think it like freaks people out. It freaked people out on such a regular basis for so long that it like exhausted a lot of, it distracted from like any kind of like momentum of, say, like, focusing on prisoners in this like 70s leftist way, and then it just wore people down until they're just like, I just want like cops to be everywhere because there be sickos out there that they're kidnapping children. They're not even getting into the satanic panic stuff, but like stuff that really totally did happen. Like these serial killers did kill people, and by the time you get to the 90s, it's been enshrined in this kind of like mind hunter, like you got to bring in the FBI professionals.
Right,
like they're the only ones that could stop this. Like society would just be out of control. America would collapse. It would just be inundated with jokers like nonstop that just want to kill. And like, that's just so convenient for the police apparatus in America it's kind of like it would be a clever way to get people to accept more and more like police and more law enforcement presence kind of everywhere, and just like throwing away the key, when people do bad things. Who could
stop like a super criminal like that, it's
they created it's almost like they created a category of criminal to justify their own existence in a way, when that was a very, not that it never happened, but usually there was like some like the Truman Capote, like the murders he wrote about, where these guys were kind of like sickos, but they were, they were like career criminals, and they were trying to rob somebody, and they thought that they had like a safe full of money, and they didn't, and then like things kind of spiraled out of control, and they thought they were lying, and then they killed them, and then we're like, oh shit, we got to cover this up. Like that, I mean, that's like awful, but like that has a coherence to it of like, oh, they were like trying to steal money. Like they're trying to make a big score and like run off to Mexico with it. Like, but then you get to this where like, the letters from the Zodiac, like, I must kill because then I can have slaves in paradise. Like, and like, okay, like, what do we do with that? Like, like what social conditions can you fix besides maybe shutting down the military and the CIA that could actually like stop creating that type of individual? It's like, oh, there's nothing, because that's beyond our psychological comprehension. Like the greatest, psychologists in the world can't, or struggle to unpack that. So you just need the cops, like the true detectives with guns. And it's sad, but it does make you think like how much of this was a bit of a long-term production, especially because then, it did fall. That type of serial killer fell off and then almost got seamlessly replaced by the spectacular mass shooter. That like just this week we had another 764 neo-Nazi teens go shoot up a Islamic center in San Diego.
Were they confirmed? I thought they were like Brandon Tarrant like acolytes.
Well, but they were like brain fried like teenagers that were obsessed with some specific anime that they constantly like posted. I'm sorry, folks, but like sometimes it's us. Like the two people are too obsessed with anime. Like if any genre of art could be like created to be like an MK Ultra like hypnotic trigger mechanism via video, I think it would be maybe anime, but it was like mixed with like this like very specific anime thing, and
which
then
anime
I forget.
I read some of their manifesto where they were talking about obviously the Christchurch shooting and how they admired it so much, and
they live streamed their attack.
Saint Tarrant.
They drew. They were wearing black sun patches and had like Adam Waffen logos and SS like the symbols and stuff all over their shit. and they were like reposting like fan cam clips of Dylan, and Eric from Columbine, and we're part of this kind of like culty, weird, like little underground subculture of people that like worship school shooters as like like teen idols or something like that. And like how do you, does is that a thing that just organically comes out of society and people's brains? Like, I mean, it's complex, but
the mass media definitely plays a role. I mean, one question is like, have there always been people who have like killed like an incredible number, right? This is kind of like what some of these people, like, I don't necessarily credit like all of these theories, but that's when some people talk about like the smiley face killers or whatever, like the idea is that like if you really wanted to do that, you would be trying to like avoid attention, right? Like you would like that's what you would be able to like trying to cover up your killings, right? To the like the and that's kind of what people said about the zebra and stuff, right? Like that like there might be murders out there that were zebra killings that like we will never even know about, right?
Yeah,
exactly. And that's like you like if you wanted to get away with it, then like you just had some kind of like psychological need to kill and like be bad, like then you would probably try to avoid getting caught, like to the best of your ability, and not like be like looking for attention. But there are those who like crave attention, and that I think is like when those two phenomena combine, like that's or when one kind of like induces the other, that is something that is like a like a strange like new phenomenon that like has a lot of like uniquely modern pernicious aspects.
I had commented in one of the earlier chapters of this, I said the SLA were called media freaks, and I feel like we're all by the standards of the 70s, we're all a little bit of media freaks now to varying degrees, right? Like we're just we're consuming so much like of this kind of like content, and then content about content, para content. And when you do look, the SLA does seem to fall into that category of the attention they got and the notoriety that they got from doing their acts seemed to be incredibly important, if not like the most important thing about what they were, like the thing they cared about the most was becoming famous in the media. And like they almost equated like the more famous we become, the more we're talked about, the more the revolution is like winning, like there was a kind of belief that more media attention trickles down somehow to like amassing more power or more support among the people. And I think you can see a perverse, like a very perverse version of that maybe in the modern mass shooter, where you're right there. It's an interesting like shift, because those things are contradictory. Like, the serial killer that wants to live a secret double life and get away with it forever is going to be like trying to hide and not have too much. I mean, maybe you could say the old school serial killers of like this era, they liked the notoriety, like in general, of being like, oh, somebody was murdered, and maybe even like sending a little letter to the newspaper being like, hey, I did it, you'll never catch me. But other than those little things, like they maybe they liked the setting off a climate of fear in the general population via the media, but they generally wanted to like stay undetected. And the things on the other hand, like the modern mass shooter, it almost takes for granted that they will be caught. Like, and that might be a technologically influenced thing, where now that we have Ring cameras on absolutely every house and business, and like a kind of Palantir like panopticon, that if they really want to catch somebody who's done something crazy, like they have a million ways to do it. Like imagining the SLA doing the crimes that like we're gonna talk about shortly, doing them today in 2026, it would probably be impossible. I mean, people do still kind of rob banks and get away with it sometimes, but they are able to kind of like it does seem that the police and the FBI really can't place them. Like they can't figure out where the hell they are, because they haven't left enough traces. Even though they do kind of fuck up, they leave all this evidence behind in the Concord safe house, and they figure out their identities, and for most of them pretty quickly. And I'm sure they have lots of files on Donald DeFreeze, to go through. But I don't know. I mean, unless you want to get very noited and say that like on some level they wanted this to kind of stretch out and like not
like they were
at least up to a point.
Like they wanted to roll it up at a certain point, and like
Mhm.
they were like letting them, run wild. Like they knew exactly where they were, and they, were just like letting them kind of carry on until they felt it, necessary to like roll up the whole thing. That I guess could be a possibility.
This is the feds we're talking about.
Yeah.
This is Nixon's like last 6 months in office before he's fighting for his life. And, people, the chorus is kind of like rising of like people in his party are starting to turn against him over Watergate. And, it's not looking great for him. So you could see that this is stealing space from the Watergate headlines from February through, at least February through May. Like it becomes like the hottest story, that everyone is obsessed with. And so you could see like for Nixon, he could see a very direct advantage of like, let this shit just like let this shit kind of go for a while. And the special agent in charge in San Francisco, of course, was a guy who happened to be, I think, I don't know if he was like the special agent in charge of like the local DC office or whatever in 1972, but he was like in charge of investigating, like he was the guy, the top FBI guy put in charge of like the Watergate burglary in 1972. And before that, I think he had been special agent in charge in Chicago and, probably overseen the staged assassination of Fred Hampton in 1969. So this is a guy with like blood on his hands and, has participated in some very sus police state repressive intrigues, by the time he gets to San Francisco. And I watched the whole TV movie called The Ordeal of Patty Hearst, which very oddly like frames the entire story from Charles Bates' perspective, but like presents him as just like a father of a daughter the same age as Patty, who's just a good guy. And like it really sidesteps like just how much, if we're going to take his efforts at face value, like how badly the FBI did in like actually catching the SLA in the first few months. And you could almost make like an argument that like the FBI is very much to blame for Patty's transformation because like they took so long to, like they basically let her kind of indefinitely just be like held captive by the SLA. And so by the time they finally catch up with her, she's been, on the run for over a year and a half and et cetera, et cetera. So like for the authorities to go around and like blame her for having to adapt, when these guys were just like, what was one of the craziest things that some of these books mentioned in terms of FBI incompetence? Like, so Camilla Hall was still above ground when Patty Hearst was kidnapped. And she would go, she'd be like the intelligence liaison that would like come by and bring them supplies and reports and stuff. There were two things that happened with Camilla Hall that were like very easy things to catch that they should have caught, and this would have ended everything much earlier. One, her bank in Berkeley was notified like a week or two after the kidnapping that Camilla Hall was a person of interest in, potentially maybe related to the Marcus Foster killing or the Hearst kidnapping, either one, but basically to like notify the authorities if she like tried to withdraw any money or anything like that. I think it was like 2 weeks or so after the kidnapping, she went into that bank and withdrew like several $1,000s that she had in a savings account and walked out with it. And like the SLA lived off of that for like another 2 months until they had to do a little stick up. So that was one thing where like, and the bank just didn't notify the cops about that. And then right after that, she went underground and they lost track of her. So that was one thing that's like, okay, you could have caught that, kind of a flub. The other thing was she was driving a Volkswagen Beetle. She was one of the cars, on the night that Patty Hearst was kidnapped. And she sold the car for cash after that. And then, like, coincidentally enough, this is honestly very strange, it was bought by a typist, a woman who is a typist secretary at the FBI headquarters in San Francisco. And then she bought Camilla Hall's car And so I think Stephen Weed talks about this. Like, he criticizes them for, like, he really doesn't like the FBI because they're, like, leaning on him constantly and being like, you're a radical, aren't you? You know, like, whatever. But I think he, like, went to the FBI headquarters, was, like, interviewed by them, and they were talking, and he said, like, it was very ironic that they were saying they were trying to find, like, the car that had disappeared that Kamel Hall had owned, and they didn't realize that at that very moment it was parked in the garage in, like, the basement of the building because the woman, like, drove it to work, every day. And, like, this only dawned on them, like, later that this car happened to be, like, one of the SLA people's cars. But it's almost, like, too weird. It's like, okay, you have it in your like, it's gone through a chain of custody where now it's in the FBI building every day, but, like, nobody realizes that's the car. And, so it's almost like staggering levels of incompetence that allow the SLA to pivot and make these moves and, like, really just not get caught. Though they are taking quite, strident precautions. But maybe we should jump in now to y'all heard, I think, in the intro to this, Patty's big tape from April 3rd, right? Mm-hmm. Where she says she's been given a choice to go home or to stay and fight, and she has decided to stay and fight. And she takes the name Tanya, named after the woman who was with a German woman who was with Che Guevara in Bolivia and was killed alongside him. And she was a soldier of the People's Army now. And, the Berkeley Press, like, I think I had the Berkeley Barb headline after that tape came out, and it's like, Patty free. with her with the machine gun in front of the SLA flag, like the iconic photo. And it actually was, just to say about that tape was its delivery route was interesting in the story, because I think it was either Soltistic or Nancy Ling Perry. She brought it to a florist and ordered, like, a dozen American red roses and included this tape and, like, a little card and, like, a communique, and ordered it to be delivered. This is, like, right at the beginning of April. So they ordered it to be delivered, like, that same day, which was April 1st. But then the delivery truck of the florist broke down, so I think they didn't get to actually deliver it until the next day to the person the SLA had selected, John Bryan of the San Francisco Phoenix, who from this point on kind of becomes like a goofy, like another journalist, goofy side character, like in the story. He ends up going down to, like, the Hearst mansion and, like, joining them in a press conference. It's in the video I made. You can almost, he can't contain, like, how excited he is to be, like, a part of the story. He's, like, so he has this, like, professorial but, like, little, like, impish, like, prankster, almost like a Vice guy kind of, like, energy of, like, well, I think they're honestly quite amazing. They're like some romantic, like, Russian Revolution, like from a 19th century novel or something like that. They delivered me the communique with a dozen long-stemmed American red roses, and they wrote a little card with my name, John Bryan, on it, shaped around a heart, like a Valentine, and he's like, so, and, like, the Hearsts are standing behind him, like, very disturbed by the content of this. But it actually, what he got first was a letter saying, and maybe that explains actually why he's a little excited, because the letter basically indicated, like, we are making final preparations for the release of the hostage, of the prisoner, Patty Hearst, and are like, oh my God, like, they're basically like stay tuned, in like 48 hours we will release, like, more information. I think that's the first thing that gets delivered to John Bryan, who ran this underground paper, the Phoenix. And one book actually says, just the weird side note as to why they picked John Bryan, I guess a week before this, he had published an alleged SLA communique in the Phoenix that was later found to be, like, fake and made up, and it was made up by John Bryan. So, like, I don't, once again, like, the LOL, like, I don't know why he thought that was, like, funny or, like, a good idea to do, but I guess it got the SLA's attention, and I guess they also wrote in the note that, like, we salute you for refusing to cooperate with the FBI, which I guess he had refused to, like, I don't know, hand over something to them.
Right.
Yeah. So I think what they also did for this, I don't know if it was for this tape or the other one. They started doing like double tape deliveries because they realized the FBI was staking out places like KPFA, and I believe that it was either this tape or the one right before it, but they released two tapes at the same time, and one went to KPFA and got intercepted, but then a second one went to KSAN, another radio station in San Francisco, and that one got through. And then that one was played. So I guess the FBI was like, they did have the capability to like intercept deliveries to KPFA by this point and confiscate what I think what the FBI was trying to do was like, they didn't report that they had confiscated a tape. They just took it and thought that was the only one. And then another tape went to KSAN. And SLA is like, ha ha ha, like you pigs, like you thought you got the one tape, but we delivered two. Yeah, so I don't know, but then I think eventually so people get this first one about like they're going to release the hostage, but then some journalists like note like the closeness of this date to like April 2nd, April 1st, and I think when people find out the florist was supposed to deliver it on April 1st, people get like a little nervous because, LOL, like April Fools. And sure enough, I think on April 3rd, finally, a new tape with a photograph is delivered. I forget if it's KSAN, KPFA, or the Phoenix, or all three, but this is the famous, tape that I played in the beginning where Patty announces she has become Tanya, and there's a Polaroid photograph to prove it, with her with the submachine gun in front of the seven-headed cobra. And, suddenly this case, which had kind of been at an impasse, just like reignites again, and everyone's like, oh my God, this is so crazy. Like, what the fuck? And a lot of the media in Berkeley is kind of like, LOL, like, I think the Phoenix headline was Patty sets self free. And then the Berkeley Bar was like Patty free with the machine gun, and there are a lot of articles dedicated to, kind of like one, this is weird, but also like kind of LOL, like right on, and I think right away people start making posters on like Telegraph Avenue in Berkeley, and there's like "We Love You, Tanya" posters of her, like the photo of her, like posted all around, So some people on the streets just think it's like the funniest, like the most amazing twist of all time, and it is a good twist. Like I'm not gonna say that there's not like a dark. A kind of ironic thrill to it, when to see this kind of the pampered rich girl turn into the Maoist revolutionary and then denounce her mom, dad,
and like we were saying last time, it was almost kind of like a Telegraph in a way, or almost like the kind of expected, like as Black Abductor, that novel showed, it was kind of like a fait accompli in a certain way. Well, when she was kidnapped, almost everyone would have like kind of in some part of their mind imagined that this would be the outcome. Yeah,
Dr. Frederick Hacker, that slight Freudian suslord, I think warned the Hearst family when he came into the case pretty early on. It's like, you have to be prepared for the fact that she might start like sympathizing with her captors. I've seen it happen before. This is, I forget if this is exactly when the Stockholm syndrome incident happened that coined that term, where there's like a bank robbery in Stockholm and the hostages kind of started like sympathizing with the.
Well, that's the story, but I think actually like the police like acted like they didn't give a shit about the lives of the hostages, whereas the actual like hostage takers like did care more and like wanted everyone to get out alive.
Interesting parallel to this, because that is what Patty says from the second tape onward. Like, she's pretty insistent about this. Stephen Weed says like we should have paid more attention at the time, but we were so excited that she was like alive that when she says like she's worried about the FBI busting in and like shooting everybody, and then clearly the SLA was like reinforcing that constantly. Like it kind of evolved from, if the FBI comes in here, we're going to shoot you first, to if the FBI comes in here, they're going to shoot everybody, including you. And like, they're the ones you should be afraid of. And, given what they would like, look at Jonathan Jackson, right? Remember his hostage situation in Marin County Civic Center, where he took the judge hostage and, took a couple of inmates with him, and they had guns, and they like duct taped a shotgun to be like pointing at the judge. As soon as they got out of the parking lot, the P's just opened fire on them and like and either the shotgun went off accidentally or the guy shot the judge in a panic or the police shot the judge, but either way it was like Hannibal directive, like, yep, fuck this judge, like we're killing everybody, you know. And so when you get in that situation, like, yeah, as a hostage, like I don't think I would appreciate that, you know, to know that the FBI doesn't care if it kills me or not, you know. And so, you know, that's an important aspect of like the Stockholm syndrome dynamic. It's not just like in a vacuum they start to like their captors, but you know, their life is being threatened. They're in a dangerous situation.
Yeah,
and the police can contribute to scaring them.
It's like just kind of. I mean, there's something like it's especially like used like Stockholm comes up especially like when women are involved. I feel like, you know, and it's kind of this thing of like shifting the blame away from like the institutions and like the, you know, the cops or the state, right? Because like I think, you know, the original Stockholm incident, like, you know, this was like a national you know, crisis kind of, right, you know, like in Sweden. So like it like shifts the blame away from those people. It's like, oh, you know, like how could the hostages like criticize us? How could they say anything like this as well? They must have their like weak minds must have like started to sympathize with their captors because of like some kind of syndrome or pathology, and like not the way that like we behaved, where like we didn't show adequate concern for their lives. You know,
absolutely. And you throw in the rich dad claims he's too broke to pay the ransom vibe that Patty was kind of struggling with, you know, whether she had like a misunderstanding of how much capital her dad had at her disposal, or he was kind of like not being totally forthright. You know, you could see that also contributing to like, oh wow, he's like all these, you know, she's hearing all day that he's a bourgeois pig, and that like he would rather keep his fortune, he would sacrifice his daughter to keep all his money and etc. And you know, then she sees things that almost, you know, you could interpret as maybe he does care more about his money or his class position, you know, than like being willing to do anything to get his daughter back, you know. So you know, there's a complex process going on. But you're right, it is often very gendered, and like they were hysterical, and then that's why, you know, when in fact,
actually, this is interesting. Again, like I mean, I'd like to look more into this more deeply, but so I just kind of have like an ambient knowledge of this. But like apparently, like the prime minister of Sweden was like, oh, you know, if we show this like hostage taker like someone who he's related to, right? If we get like someone who he's related to go into the bank, then like we'll, you know, be able to you know, like maybe he'll give up the hostages, right? Maybe that person can convince him. But they like misidentified who the guy even was, and they sent like an unrelated 16-year-old like in there.
Oh my god!
And the guy like got pissed off, and then like after that, like the hostages were like, oh shit, like the police are incredibly incompetent, and they're gonna get us killed. And so like one of the, you know, people who was taken hostage, Kristen Enmark, she like said, you know, for the rest of her life, like I never felt any affinity for my captor. I just was trying to stay alive.
Exactly. That is, you know, people are thinking in like survival mode in these situations. So anyways, I think, you know, now we want to talk today about the eventful month of April and the big SLA action that would Tanya's first action that would shock the world once again. I guess I'll read a little bit from Schreiber's Revolution's End because it's a pretty compact summary of these few weeks, and also touches on, you know, there's something else in the April 3rd communique that doesn't get repeated or focused on, and in fact almost gets totally ignored. Which is, of course, is the death threats that are issued at the end of it by Sin Q, and also his like monologue to his children, his like strange like weepy monologue to his children, and then playing the Way Back Home SLA national anthem at the end over the, you know, like shouting like save the children like over it. This is one of the vibier tapes as well. But anyways, Schreiber does touch on that aspect. So yeah, I'll just start a little bit up here. this was this is actually when they'd moved to the Golden Gate. They'd moved safe houses, right? So now they were in like properly San Francisco, not that far from Haight-Ashbury. Despite the overcrowding, DeFreeze's small army ran around the apartment doing military-style drills, presumably without the approval of the person who lived downstairs. There was support for the group in their own neighborhood, as well as the Haight-Ashbury, where spray-painted slogans like SLA lives and SLA feeds the poor were seen. There were reports that members of the SLA were seen in local grocery stores, like the New Laguna Market. They seemed unafraid of discovery and felt protected by those fellow San Franciscans who shared their revolutionary fervor and their support of the underclass via people in need. Emily Harris admitted, quote, members of the SLA stood in the food lines to find out the reaction and effects of the program. It is not inconceivable that members of the SLA, in disguise, walked down to the nearby Pin food giveaway on Divisadero Street and observed with pleasure that they had effected some social good, even on a small scale. People in Need concluded on March 25th with approximately $30,000 of food, better in quality than during the first distribution, at sites in both Northern and Southern California. By the time PIN had its final disbursement, it had cost Randolph Hearst about $2.3 million. The people of the state of California had a law enforcement bill exceeding $10 million, and 100,000 struggling citizens received free food. Among the confused rhetoric and the violence, the bizarre accusations by DeFreeze, the intended and unintended demonization of the left in California, it was the one charitable act that redeemed, to some degree, his life. On the heels of People in Need, in a 3-day hearing, the Alameda County Grand Jury indicted Russ Little and Joe Ramiro on March 28th, after 47 persons were called to offer testimony. The very next day, the last American fighting troops left Vietnam. The war and its attendant draft, with its disproportionate number of black and Hispanic soldiers, had once mobilized the left into action, but over those years, as the Vietnam War wound down, numerous revolutionary groups and factions appeared and dissolved, many of them infiltrated. Donald DeFreeze, in the guise of Sin Q, decided to leave behind his life as informant and provocateur, but he was about to make a huge miscalculation by publicly indicting the man who he most resented. The infamous April 3rd communique from the Symbionese Liberation Army featured Patty Hearst announcing she was now to be known as Tanya. The transformation of Patty into Tanya was startling. She attacked her parents, twice calling her father a, quote, liar, protested the treatment of Little and Ramiro at San Quentin, and made famous a simple statement, I have decided to stay and fight. Included with the tape that aired on KSAN FM in San Francisco was a photograph of Hearst, its colors smeared. She posed in front of a red flag with the 7-headed cobra and the letters SLA, Wearing a brown jumpsuit and beret, she held what looked like an assault rifle with scope. Marilyn Baker of KQED's newsroom did a little investigating and learned it was a standard M1 carbine with a 3-battery flashlight taped to the top of the gun to make it appear more menacing. Hearst's absorption as a revolutionary garnered more attention than DeFreeze's citing 3 enemies of the SLA who should be, quote, shot on sight by any of the people's forces. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. Like at the end of it, he reads death warrants for like 3 people. Robin Steiner, Russ Little's girlfriend, had mixed with the group at Chabot Road and attended the BCA at Vacaville. She admitted to the San Francisco Chronicle that she kept the SLA financially solvent, at one point bringing in up to $2,000 a week via stealing, forging, and shoplifting. But when DeFreeze started talking about killing, quote, pigs, Steiner was done with her involvement. After DeFreeze personally informed Steiner that he and 2 others had shot Foster and Blackburn, she ended her relationship with Little and returned to Florida. Around the middle of January 1974, an Oakland police detective flew to Florida to interview Steiner about the SLA. DeFreeze, hypersensitive to any colleagues talking to law enforcement and intolerant of SLA members leaving the fold, considered her a traitor. Steiner's flight from the Bay Area likely had to do with fear about her admission that she stole the cyanide that was used in the bullets that killed Foster. She planned to have her family financially help her attend medical school in Florida, but DeFreeze contacted her through her parents 4 days before the kidnapping of Hearst, trying to entice her to return by touting, quote, the biggest action since Foster. Finally, when a friend called and informed Steiner that she was on an SLA list of those marked for death, she moved to England under an assumed name. Chris Thompson, for much the same reason, was the second name on DeFreeze's list. He was labeled in the communique a government agent, paid informant for the FBI. When the Alameda County grand jury assembled for the case of Russ Little and Joe Ramiro, one of those subpoenaed was Thompson, who had registered the Rossi 38 eventually used in the slaying of Foster. DeFreeze automatically assumed that Thompson, who helped DeFreeze find refuge with Patricia Soltysik, had given up crucial, actionable information to the grand jury. Marilyn Baker met with Thompson a few times with the hope of interviewing him for KQED. She was with him at the station the moment it was learned that he was on the SLA list of enemies marked for death. Baker was quoted as saying Thompson, quote, did not appear to be afraid. He was cool. He said they, meaning the SLA, made another mistake, just as they made when they murdered Foster. Like many on the periphery of the SLA, Chris Thompson's story shifted often. After mentioning other dates, he finally admitted to Baker that the last time he saw his ex-girlfriend Nancy Ling Perry was the previous Christmas, when she was hiding in the Clayton safe house. Like Steiner, he may well have withdrawn from association with the group after hearing about the Foster assassination. If Steiner and Thompson knew about the planned killing beforehand, it would have fueled DeFreeze's suspicions even more about their informing on him. Also, it likely infuriated DeFreeze to know that Thompson was promised a $10,000 reward from the Oakland Tribune for information regarding the Foster hit. It was madness. DeFreeze, a former informant, wanted to kill his former friend, suspected of being an informant. But, by far, the most significant name on the list of SLA targets from April 3rd was that of Colston Westbrook. DeFreeze stated categorically that Westbrook was, quote, a government agent, worked for the CIA in Vietnam as interrogator and torturer in Phoenix Operation, now working for military intelligence while giving cross assistance to the FBI. Uh-oh. We played the audio from that, I think, in the first part. Pretty accurate call out, I think, of Colston Westbrook, but whoa, why now, right? That's a little spicy. So, like so much of the SLA rhetoric, this accusation both touched upon and obscured the truth. DeFreeze knew from newspaper coverage that Westbrook provided the FBI photos of those attending the BCA. DeFreeze may have been told directly by Westbrook of his CIA past or learned it from another source. But DeFreeze and the SLA could have struck a blow. Honestly, big missed opportunity here. They could have struck a blow against the California Department of Corrections, discussing in a written communique or tape, recording the specific cruelties he and other prisoners endured. He did not, and it raises the question of how much DeFreeze was governed by fear of revelations that he was an informant. The respect and allegiance of his fellow revolutionaries was all he had left in life. But even in a mind as feverish and suspicious as Donald DeFreeze's, certain facts were incontrovertible. Westbrook was protecting his own identity and directed all blame upon DeFreeze and his followers, and it infuriated DeFreeze. Westbrook had befriended him and advocated for him. The full force of being used and abandoned led DeFreeze to his homicidal condemnation on the tape. Once again, I think that's a little bit speculative, but I do think that the idea of DeFreeze being governed by fear that everybody would find out, especially his followers, his combat team would come to believe that he had been an informant, might have been one of the scariest things to him. And the thing that, because he could have done a Louis Tackwood thing and been look, I got roped into being a snitch for the LAPD and this whole CCS thing. And then I got sent to Vacaville, and they torture you there and all this other shit. And, maybe he could have crafted a story but then I double-crossed them and ha-ha-ha. But, he doesn't do that. He doesn't, because I could buy that he doesn't want to incriminate himself, because if they have to accept that he worked for the pigs, then the group would likely face a crisis of, leadership and perhaps fall apart, right? Especially since this is the month, April, where we start to get things published in the Barb that are getting a little bit noited about, who really is the SLA. The Black Panther newspaper is already publishing things that are highlighting when this information starts to come out from like Mae Brussel and Don Freed about DeFreeze being an LAPD informant. They're publishing it right away because they're sussed out by the whole bag of the group. So I don't know. Like, I could see that. I mean, in terms of why does he call out Westbrook? I mean, Westbrook was calling him out in the press like nonstop, and even like toying with him and mocking him. Right? Too bad you couldn't be him. I dig the rank, Sin Cube. Right. Too bad you couldn't be a messiah. And shit like that, like kind of like tweaking him a little bit, almost trying to get this reaction. Now, Schreiber seems to feel like, and I've seen a lot of other authors say this as well, that, this was like a big mistake on the part of Sin Q, right? Like to call out Westbrook like that and say he was a Phoenix operative and he's like, a CIA guy and all this shit. That might be a little too close to like revealing more of the actual like truth that was going on with all this shit and the police like manipulation of maybe prisoners and experimenting on people. I don't know. It's like it's a little up in the air, but anyways, I'll go on a little bit here because Westbrook's reaction is classic, I think. The likelihood of his impending death was also the impetus for DeFreeze to become emotional and personal in his audio message. He honored Little and Ramiro, maintaining that they were innocent and that he deeply regretted their capture. There were no other details on the Foster Blackburn attack. A wellspring of compassion came out of the field marshal as he said to Little and Ramiro on tape, "I send you my love and the love of all your comrades and courage and your determination to carry on the struggle, even from that side of the wall, as we will never relent from this end. In this way, we do expect to meet again." The last sentence seemed more a reference to the afterlife than prison. While DeFreeze claimed to have 2 children in an earlier message, he concluded his April 3rd communique with a tribute to all 6 of his children. He says here, quote, "I would like to take this opportunity to speak to my 6 lovely black babies." And he says this in a very like somber, like emotion.
Right.
His tone switches from like a cold military, like action, civilians targeted, 2 civilians failed to get out of the way of SLA fire. Like, and then like these like very cold, like ice cold, like these subjects are to be shot on sight whenever found. And then, "I would like to take this opportunity to speak to my 6 lovely black babies. Victor, Damon, Sherry, Charlene, Dawn, and Day Day. I want you to know that just to say your names again fills my heart with joy. I want you to understand that I have not forgotten my promise to you, that whenever you needed me, I would be there by your side. And so I am now, and so am I now, even when you may not see me. I am there because no matter where I am fighting for your freedom, your future, your life. Daddy wants you to understand that I can't come home because you are not free. And as long as the enemy exists, I can find no rest, nor any hope for you or our people as a whole." The section about his children continued, the longest passage of his on the tape. In conclusion, his voice, clenched with the sorrow of his abandonment of those children, introduced the national anthem of the Symbionese Liberation Army. In the background was an instrumental song by the jazz group The Crusaders. It had the feel of a melancholy march, with an elegiac sax line cutting through. Its title must have had multiple meanings for DeFreeze, Way Back Home. Questioned by the press after the announcement of his name on the April 3rd hit list, Westbrook revealed that he had been interviewed by the FBI regarding the SLA at least 4 times. Westbrook acknowledged that he was concerned about the death threat, but also displayed arrogance about his control over the SLA. Quote, "In general, I have a lot of information about them, both material and mental. I know many of them, know how they think and how they react. They know I can analyze the things they do." Again, very creepy, like, I'm the MK controller, okay.
Yeah.
Westbrook's next statement seemed intent on taunting Donald DeFreeze. Quote, "I'm also a threat to his ego. I'm stealing his thunder." Okay. Ignoring the fact that what the known SLA members had in common was the Black Cultural Association that he ran, Westbrook made another outrageous claim. Quote, "They have been recruiting in the Bay Area for a while, and one of their ways is to get members to commit a revolutionary act, and right now, That is wiping me out. On April 4th, on April 4th, KPFA received an audio tape from Little and Ramiro asking the War Council of the SLA, namely DeFreeze, to rescind the death warrant for Robin Steiner. Okay, so this is the first time that Ramiro and Little disagree publicly with DeFreeze because he put a hit out on one of their ex-girlfriends, basically. On the tape was the Ramiro statement that, quote, she has in fact several times refused to talk to the FBI. We think further investigation into the matter is necessary. Little and Ramiro were willing to keep their mouths closed about the actual perpetrators of the Foster Blackburn attack, but they now felt that DeFreeze's paranoia was overtaking his common sense. Patty Hearst recalled, when DeFreeze was told by an SLA member that Little would be very upset by the death warrant for Steiner, that basically Little would be very upset by the death warrant for Steiner. She said DeFreeze's reply was, quote, that both Aussie and Beau deserved to have death warrants issued against them. They had violated the codes of war by allowing themselves to be captured. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Hearst also wrote that Atwood and Perry tried to convince DeFreeze to rescind these pronouncements with no success. Concerned for his own safety, Westbrook returned to his hometown of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, to visit his mother for Easter. The sardonic home phone message in his absence included him saying, I am not dead yet, but I still am high on the SLA hit list. If the caller is a terrorist, please include your affiliation so the credit for my demise can be properly awarded. That was his answering machine message. Even while in Chambersburg, he could not bear to be out of the limelight. In talking with the Hagerstown, Maryland Daily Mail, Westbrook continued his narrative that whites had taken over the BCA and were running the SLA, with DeFreeze as mere figurehead. Quote, I think the honkies are calling the shots in the SLA, and they're letting Sin-Q take the glory, but he's not running it. When I say this, he gets even madder. Okay, once again, he's just saying things to piss off DeFreeze.
Yeah,
great.
He loves it. He relishes it. I mean, I like that article that we read in the earlier episode of his interview with Sarah Davidson. Is the ultimate portrait of his personality. He just loves being an enfant terrible or whatever.
Yeah. He also is that way. It gets up here, coming up here, he summarizes Stephen Weed's experience going to interview Westbrook, but before that, inevitably Westbrook returned to California to file his taxes by April 15th and continue his verbal war. One new outgoing phone message baited DeFreeze more aggressively than any other. Quote, Are your SLA punks afraid of dying? And why do you send kids to do your work? Are you a man or a boy? The tide is turning. Once again, why are you doing this? The next Westbrook phone machine message returned to the comically confrontational tone of the others, noted by the San Mateo Times. This is a quote. Jumbo, Swahili greeting. This is Colston Westbrook. I have returned to the Bay Area to prepare my income tax returns and hope that SLA agents give me a death warning extension. If granted, I will kiss Sin-Q's feet in Union Square in San Francisco and will give him an hour to draw a crowd.
Okay. Nice.
Crazy.
Right.
Westbrook admitted to providing information to not only the FBI, as he stated before, but also to the Oakland police. And ever the showman, Westbrook told the San Francisco Examiner he would, quote, take a lie detector test on TV concerning my past. Let the public put me on trial. Presumably he never did that. In his book, My Search for Patty Hearst, Stephen Weed, the fiancé, recounted a very revelatory meeting with Colston Westbrook after he was pronounced a target. Westbrook had the following recording when Weed called to set up a meeting. Quote, I am not dead yet, but I am fully dressed, I guess he means armed, and looking forward to a reunion with my old brother, the General Field Marshal. Weed found Westbrook living in University Village in Albany near the Berkeley border. It was an area of similar-looking apartments adapted as university housing, formerly known as Veterans Village during World War II. Inside, the apartment was littered with papers and books as well as toys for his infant son. Westbrook's life had become as chaotic as his dwelling. He checked under his car during the visit, telling Weed, I got to check for bombs every time I go anywhere. Westbrook had become nearly as obsessive as DeFries about his own potential death, but he still maintained the same outlandish personality. There was a callousness, too, about the other white SLA members with whom he had been friends. Willie Wolfe, whom Westbrook had kindly driven to Vacaville and cheerfully introduced to DeFries, became the object of his glib scorn, described as wide-eyed and grossly naive. I think, in the Weed book, he does like a white guy impression of like, you know what he was like? He was like, oh, gee whiz, all these black people. Like that was like his impression of Willie Wolfe. I can imagine Westbrook doing a very animated impression of that. But anyways, let's see. Oh, yeah, this is actually, he does repeat it here. Westbrook even cruelly imitated Wolfe in front of Weed to emphasize his point about Wolfe's lack of political acumen. Quote, "God damn, look at this shit," said Westbrook, mimicking Wolfe. "Blacks and revolution in prison." That was how he did it, I guess. When Weed asked Westbrook about the reports of white radical women having sex with black prisoners at Vacaville, Westbrook never brought up the favoritism toward DeFries, allowed to use a trustee trailer for his assignations. Instead, Westbrook claimed that a couple of the white women had sex under the stage set up for meetings. It was not only absurd to think of it, sex allowed in front of up to 100 other BCA attendees, but also never addressed Westbrook's responsibilities within the prison. Weed questioned Westbrook about DeFries' accusation that Westbrook was connected to the CIA and provided information to the FBI. Weed's evaluation of Westbrook's reaction was powerful. This is from Stephen Weed said, "He laughed at the idea of his alleged CIA-FBI connections, but did not deny them. Westbrook was a colorful character, and I got the feeling that he enjoyed being something of a man of mystery in the case."
Yeah.
He certainly did.
Yes,
Before their meeting was over, Westbrook cracked a final joke, something far from humorous. Quote, "Not even my old lady," Westbrook announced with a laugh, referring to his wife, "knows everything about my background." Yikes. Okay, yeah, I think his wife was from Cameroon, from some of his African travels, I think. Yeah, so in an interview with Encore magazine, Westbrook returned to the story that white Maoists had taken over the BCA, and without details, he claimed to have tried to alter the group and failed. When he was asked how the Patty Hearst kidnapping came about, he replied, quote, "I understand Sing-Q as a three-point plan. One was to knock off a black educator, another was to kidnap someone of importance, and three was to blow up something." When Westbrook was asked, in a rare follow-up question, how this alleged program was created, he struggled for words, a rarity for him. "I really don't know. A lot of things happened on the inside, and people on the outside were getting together for a long time and planning things." Stephen Weed grew desperate to find a respected radical to communicate with the SLA and negotiate Hearst's release. He flew to Mexico City to speak with Régis Debray, the French Marxist. I think he came up in our Che episode. The French Marxist intellectual. Debray wrote "Revolution in the Revolution?" on socialist militancy in Latin America, which radicals read, including the burgeoning SLA. Debray offered to write an open letter to the SLA, urging them to let Hearst freely state that she willingly joined the SLA. Debray had his doubts about the upstart revolutionaries and the American left in general. This is his famous quote, "Usually they do nothing," Debray sniffed, "and when they finally do something, it comes out like this." So yeah, he was a little bit dismissive. Debray's April 12th letter in Randolph Hearst's San Francisco Examiner referred to Tanya Bunke, Che's fellow revolutionary, whom Debray had known. Debray subtly criticized Patty Hearst and the SLA, saying the original Tanya had spent years among the workers and studied the theory of scientific socialism and the reality of the actual world. "You will understand that we must be cautious to protect the moral integrity and international purity of her commitment." But Patty Hearst was not in charge, and Donald DeFries was now beyond the control of anyone on the left or the right. Then we get to that aforementioned tax day, April 15th, 1974. And a little visit to a bank.
Yeah.
All right. April 15th, tax day. also coincided in 1974 with a press conference held by Evel Younger in San Francisco. He ridiculed the People in Need program and challenged the assembled reporters, quote, "We need to ask ourselves whether the food reached the people in the greatest need. Should we allow a small band of extortionists to dictate our welfare policies?" Younger, to no one's surprise, was not about to sensitively comment on the need in a legal manner to help the state's poor. He did, however, make many reporters ruminate on a more ethically ambiguous question regarding the media itself. He said, "It is a fair question to ask whether a free press can responsibly comply with extortionist demands that it publish political rhetoric designed to influence public opinion in favor of the kidnappers." It was a worthy and complex argument, as the media had fully published or aired the SLA's written and recorded communiques, knowing they would grip the public. Younger obliquely suggested that his office disapproved of the FBI's measured approach, attacking, quote, "the timidity of the police response." He also gave the impression that Patty Hearst did not warrant different treatment from the other SLA members now that she had verbally lacerated her parents and American society. This is the beginning of the backlash, which is pretty significant. So he said, "We cannot place the safety of one citizen above all of the others." The Attorney General of California was not about to afford her special treatment in a raid or a shootout. So basically, kind of saying, like, we're gonna shoot at you just like we shoot at everybody else. Like, you're not gonna get any special treatment, now that you've said you're with the SLA. At the end of Younger's press conference, as reporters posed private follow-up questions, one of the most famous bank robberies in American history was about to take place. In a closed gas station parking lot across the street from the Hiburnia Bank at 22nd Street and Noriega Avenue in San Francisco's Sunset District, a rented red AMC Hornet Sportabout sat. Its passengers, Willie Wolfe, Angela Atwood, and Bill and Emily Harris, watched the front of the bank tensely. Camilla Hall drove a green Ford LTD station wagon. Her former lover, Soltysik, sat beside her. In the back seat, Donald DeFreeze and Nancy Ling Perry each held an automatic rifle. Patty Hearst cradled a sawed-off M1 carbine under her coat. Hall, about to park, suddenly spotted a police car, and she circled the block a few times, making sure the path was clear. Then Hall parked in a bus zone. They weren't going to be gone long. At 9:50 a.m., Zig Berzins, owner of a nearby stereo store, entered the Hibernia Bank and pushed the door closed behind him. In the process, he heard a thud and clinking noises. "Christ," he later admitted, thinking, "I slammed the door on a little old lady and everything spilled out of her purse." He had knocked to the ground clips of ammunition and some bullets belonging to Patricia Hearst. A parade of other women carrying guns entered, backed up by DeFreeze, wearing a short leather coat and a floppy hat. He shouted, gun at the ready, to the 18 employees and 6 customers to get on the floor or be shot. Eden Shea, 66, a security guard, was the only one who did not comply. His hands went up in the air as he stood by the door. Soltysik pulled out a pistol, and with a canvas bag in the other hand, she leapt gracefully over the 4-foot-high counter to collect money. One teller did not move fast enough, so DeFreeze dragged her through a swinging gate to the main floor of the bank. It was then that DeFreeze and Shea locked eyes. Shea had a .38 revolver, which he had never fired, in a holster on his hip. DeFreeze quickly grabbed it and motioned for Shea to hit the floor, which he did. Berzins and others heard a woman, about to become the most well-known female bank robber since Bonnie Parker, announce, in a phrase that suggested an identity crisis, "This is Tanya Hearst." Behind her, on the other side of the counter, Soltysik and Hall furiously emptied cash drawers with both hands. None of the SLA members bothered to search upstairs, where manager Jim Smith, 62, was reading the Chronicle, not expecting his bank would be written about on the front page of the nation's newspapers the next day. He heard shouts, peered out of a small window down at the main floor, and, jolted by the robbery in progress, hit the silent alarm. 2 high-speed cameras with wide-angle lenses shot the now historic black-and-white images, while a 211 via a dedicated phone line was signaled to the police. It was 9:51 a.m., and the bank had never notified the SFPD that they had new hours, opening at 9:30. The police assumed it was a malfunction. One pair of officers later admitted they drove to that Hiburnia Bank at a leisurely pace until the radio reported that shots had been fired. Then they flipped on the red lights and siren and drove at top speed. So another very lucky break there, right? Like, it gives them a few extra minutes. The SLA was on the way out the door, but Perry proved to be a less than competent robber. Pete Markoff, 59, silver-haired, small in stature like Perry, entered the bank with the weekend receipts from his store, Noriega Liquors. Accompanying him was Gene Brennan, 70, a pensioner and friend. They were greeted at the door by a panicked Perry, who began firing. A .30 caliber bullet ripped through Markoff's right buttock, exiting his right leg and putting a hole in the glass door. 2 other slugs missed him, but the 4th tore through Brennan's right hand. Ken Outland, 62, pharmacist, was having a rather early Bloody Mary down the street at Greg's Cocktail Lounge. Chatting with Greg Higuera at the bar when they both heard piercing, cracking sounds. They exited the bar no more than 20 feet from DeFries, who swung around, spotted them, and opened fire. Higuera dove into an alley. Outland, unprotected, instinctively flattened himself against a building wall. A bullet whizzed by, sizzling the air. It missed him by inches. Both cars screeched away west toward the ocean. The police arrived barely more than a minute later. The 2 abandoned getaway cars were soon found at an elementary school 10 blocks away. Despite injuring 2 unarmed citizens and their oversight of the bank manager, the SLA had miraculously escaped with $10,692.51. The explosiveness of Hearst's participation in the bank robbery so captivated the nation that Attorney General Saxby could not contain his anger, calling her a, quote, common criminal, which created a storm of protest in the media. The Attorney General had presumed her guilt without even mentioning the possibility of her coercion as a kidnap victim. The FBI's Clarence Kelly ameliorated the anger toward Saxby, declaring the Bureau was operating on the assumption that, quote, Patricia is the victim of pressure or coercion. Saxby disappeared from public view for a few weeks, and when he reemerged, he spoke more diplomatically in public. Randolph Hearst was staggered by his daughter's act, even more than when she had referred to him as a pig and a liar.
Right.
His consultant, Dr. Frederick Hacker, in a confidential memo obtained by authors Vin McClellan and Paul Avery, who wrote The Voices of Guns, explained pointedly why Patty had to be included in the Hiburnia Bank robbery. Quote, one of the frequent rites of revolutionaries, such as the SLA, is initiation. You involve the hostage in an act of violence. The guilt is thus shared, and it greatly increases the difficulty for the hostage to return to the outside community. It is a participation and a bond sealed by blood. An often overlooked fact that raises the possibility of Hearst's help in planning the Hiburnia Bank holdup is that the president of the bank, and this is kind of funny, the president of the bank happened to be the father of her best friend, Trish Tobin. U.S. Attorney James Browning, who eventually prosecuted the case against Hearst, said after the Hiburnia Bank heist, I think this is the first time in the annals of legal history that a kidnap victim has shown up in the middle of a bank robbery. Some argued that DeFries had his gun trained on Hearst during the robbery to make sure of her acquiescence, but FBI agent Dan Groves learned that Hearst was, at least verbally, an enthusiastic participant. He said, I took the tape of Patty Hearst in the bank robbery over to the Berkeley School for the Deaf, and they read her lips as to what she was saying in the bank. And I guess that they said, according to them, I'm Tanya, up against the wall. And then everybody giggled because they couldn't say it. And I said, MF? And they said, yeah, that's it. So allegedly she said, up against the wall, motherfucker. To all of these people in the bank. The guard Shay, the old
I like how she said what her name was. That's just you got to do that when you're sticking people up.
I guess she
identify yourself.
I think she was wearing a wig, but she definitely wanted people to clock who she was.
Yeah,
I'm Tanya Hearst. Up against the wall, motherfucker. The security guard Shay, the old Irish security guard, was like, they were really, he's like, could you tell? I think he said, could you tell it was her? And he's like, yeah, I think I could. And he's like, what were they saying? He's like, oh, they're saying up against the wall and things like that. And they were really loudmouth about the whole thing. you know? So I think that might be
Right.
his diplomatic old-timer way of saying, she was saying up against the wall, motherfucker. Yeah, so yet another communique from the SLA hit the media on April 24th. And this, I believe, would be the last communique to feature the OGs and, you know, Sin-Q. Hearst declared in this that the robbery had expropriated $10,660.02, a different amount than the bank reported. DeFries tried to explain the shootings were due to one man being uncooperative and another posing a threat. DeFries then weighed in on the ongoing horror, kind of at length, on the Zebra murders and the racial profiling that Mayor Joseph Alioto had approved to try and find the killers. Right, so we talked a little about this. The SFPD's mid-April search for the Zebra killers utilized the profiling of black men and included the issuance of zebra check cards issued by the SFPD in case the cleared suspect was stopped again. After more than 500 black men were detained in a week, U.S. District Judge Alfonso Zerpoli declared the emergency profiling unconstitutional the following Tuesday. Operation Zebra was condemned by DeFries as, quote, a planned enemy offensive against the people to commit a race war. DeFries remarkably reconfigured the murderous SLA into radical Robin Hoods to some observers, providing food to some of California's poor, and instantly dominating the covers of Newsweek and Time after the haphazard but successful Hiburnia Bank robbery. But DeFries knew he was living on borrowed time, metaphorically looking back over his shoulder. He both feared for his life and the lives of his SLA brothers and sisters. Now, here's another, just to add to the predictive programming file. This is a little odd. Lawrence Ferlinghetti, you know, the owner of City Lights Books, the great beat poet,
right.
San Francisco's beloved Beat Generation poet, 3 years before the Patty Hearst kidnapping, wrote a piece called Las Vegas Tilt, in which he used the structure of newspaper headlines. In part, it read, Hearst's daughter castigates Hearst's America, attacks absolute spiritual bankruptcy. Wow. Ferlinghetti's predictive poetry had come to fruition, and Donald DeFries, alcoholic, secretive, overcome with a hypervigilant view of his underground existence, made the disastrous decision to leave the Bay Area and return to that place where his world as an informant had begun. Yes. So, yeah, that's a little odd, the Ferlinghetti kind of thing. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of in the same type of vein as Black Abductor in a way, you know, like kind of this like idea of like such a thing happening, you know.
Yeah. They're also, I noticed in one of the Paul Krasner columns after this bank robbery in the Barb, he pointed out something that I had noticed because I was flipping through issues of the San Francisco Bay Guardian, another kind of alternative weekly paper in San Francisco, and I noticed that the issue, like just before Patty was kidnapped, there was a huge article, and I think like one of the leading like the subtitles of it talks about it's about the Hearst newspaper empire and kind of how old and musty it's become. And I think it starts with like 19-year-old Patricia Hearst like recently told her dad, like, Dad, nobody under 80 reads the Examiner. Like, it's for old
Right.
people. And then Krasner, I'll give him credit for this one. This is kind of funny. He said, you know, with an opinion like that, it's pretty rich for then Patty to turn around and call Stephen Weed a sexist, ageist pig, which she does in
Right,
the post-robbery tape, where she's, I don't care if I ever see him again, you know, because Stephen Weed at this point kind of had decided to go rogue from the Hearst family a little bit. You know, they didn't exactly get along very well. You know, he ran off to Mexico City to do this Regis Debray kind of interview where she says there was some confusion about when they decided to like date the letter and when they published it. So she's like, I can't even
but
trust.
She felt that it was like kind of endangering her, like the, you know, or like humiliating her, but also possibly endangering her, like his interview, right?
Yeah. He did. I found an interview, I think it was probably from March, where the Barb interviews Stephen Weed at length, and he talks about his like negative experiences with the FBI. I know he gave a few interviews, one to Marilyn Baker at KQED that they, according to Weed, kind of deceptively edited like I think at one point they asked, like, you know, if you could say one thing to like Patty, you know, right now, if she could hear you, like, what would you say? And he said something along the lines of like, you know, just like stay strong and like blah blah blah. And then when he got back to the Hearst house, and they're like, "You dumb dumb, like what? You didn't say like I love you, like you idiot, like come on, you know." They thought he was being a little too much of an intellectual. You know, it was really getting on their nerves. You know, he was just kind of his head was in the clouds a little bit. You know, they called him Toothbrush behind his back because of his big like Nietzsche mustache. And his hippie, despite being kind of apolitical, his hippie appearance like really triggered like Catherine Hearst, especially. She did not. I think at one point she yelled at him that if like Patty had been at an apartment with Clark Gable, that the kidnapping never would, if like a real man, then the kidnapping never would have happened. You know, so Stephen Weed decides he has to kind of go rogue and chart his own path, you know, through this crazy kind of scene. And, you know, he volunteers at People in Need for a while. I think he's actually involved in like a weird police altercation where he's like talking with Popeye Jackson, and then the police pull up because they see a girl that looks like Nancy Ling Perry and start to arrest her. And then Popeye Jackson like confronts the cops, and then they arrest him, and like a riot almost starts. And then some people like call Stephen Weed like a pig, like an informant, and it just gets all kind of like crazy. Yeah, he goes on kind of a weird ride. He goes down to L.A. for a while. I think that's actually after this. But yeah, he's on his own investigative journey.
Did you play? I didn't hear what you play, but because you know it's outward facing. But did we read like Toko's communique at all? Because it's
well, let me see. Actually, the April 22nd one. This has. Let me see, actually, if I can. Well, the Tico, you mean? I played his first one in the intro, which is, I think, his first appearance. But I think the second one actually is
the one where he talks about how Donald DeFreeze is a prophet.
Yes,
and all these things.
yes.
Yeah,
I'm playing it right now, so people on the stream should be able to hear it.
Oh, turn the volume.
okay, because enemy knows that now who I am and the vanguard that I represent to all of us in their lives. He understands that if he can terrorize and become the black community and have some identity, then he will be able to isolate people physically and to kill them. Thereby not allowing me to find justification and working for the community to become leaders of our people. He also understands that I am the permanent servant of the trust and the children of the oppressor together. He understands that I am bringing the truth to the children and opening their eyes to the brokenness of humanity. I was keeping your mind from the fear of the enemy, like a true word, and allowing them to find out really who they still are. I want to keep a record. The record that the broken heart is just coming. Let's carefully know that the SLA is building an army of the people, but it is the army that by its very composition can truly destroy the enemy and free the people. At this time, I am more inclined to fear, however, that I believe in readers a lot more than just in talking before translating. In fact, I saw that the enemy knows that he or she can never fully in charge of the SLA versus regardless of the kind of decision in which common patriotism may take place. Because that human faces for the SLA under the surveillance of the FBI cannot be known how to make it. And I want to make them believe in the prestige of the enemy. In other words, I was saying these things, it comes back again to the same question. What is Operation Reborn? The Operation Reborn is not merely a counterphysics operation, and what is it? And if we look carefully, we begin to see the truth that Operation Reborn is a common enemy that functions against the people to create a little war. This could possibly be the only way the enemy stop the SLA from hurting all the best people together and become an enemy. Operation Reborn is even more than that. The so-called people killer will never be found because it was the only justification notwithstanding martial law against each other. Thereby the enemy from stop and arrest any black male. And start becoming correct in the next few months under the guidelines of prison for the so-called people killer. Black by black is outside our prison. And of course, all of the performance of the people's homes would be confiscated under the guise of stolen property, but they have to be verified and not being committed of it. And ensure the people will be found. Operation Reborn serves yet even another purpose to the enemy. With the need to remove as many black males from the community as possible. At the same time, threatening all the black males to submit to FBI classification and identification, with this being applied to the following so-called police classes. By using these persons' driver's licenses and social security card numbers, which are, I may mention, Tico for the FBI's computer systems. Now, people, I warn you again, the only way, and repeat, the only way you will regain your life and freedom is to fight. The only way you will keep your gun is to use it. Your time is running short. Open your eyes. Therefore, Dr. King said your faith on the rest of the people.
I think this is Tico coming up. Here we go. This is Tico speaking. Wait for it.
The this part to release a composite drawing and description of the killer because of the reference to General Field Marshal St. Henry. The next slide is the here that St. Hugh is the real killer. And this would be to give even greater police justification to continue the harassment and killing of the people. The police threatened to manipulate the school and raise them with the black names of unconscious one in order to eliminate black revolutionaries. And by black revolutionaries, we mean black people in general. He looks like Alabama, which can move themselves into the fascist community coming together and important people. But anyone who by their racism and government manipulated fear supports genocide makes the global error of forging over their own slave chains and is fighting for themselves as America instantly on slaves that only prove their own foolishness. The enemy has kept us divided for hundreds of years, and for at least that long the pig has made uncountable attempts at eliminating the rising tide of black revolution. But black people, by their strength and determination, have survived this established onslaught. Black people more revolutionary than ever before, armed and angry. And now the SLA is proving that black people can learn. The only place to build the most happening is growing. The People's Army of irate members of all races, including whites, not talkers, but talkers. The enemy recognizes that the people are on the brink of revolution and the enemy will do anything at any cost to prevent this. We ask the people, especially whites, to carefully analyze Operation Freedom. The black
What? Okay.
All right, we'll stop there after Tico's monologue. But that is Bill Harris, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, united in a common determination to kill the pig. It's really...
Yes, I liked when he called for white N-words to rise up.
I kept jump scaring it every time. You could tell Bill Harris just loves. He believes he has like the pass. Like he has the pass to say it.
You know, I mean, I guess he's in a cult. Like a pseudo left cult. So like, if that's what it takes, like, he'll do it.
Yeah. But he will be important. Future General Field Marshal of the SLA, Bill Harris, there, getting a little bit of screen time, and then tape time, and then. Tanya's, message after that, where I think she calls Randy Hurst Adolf at one point, and then declares that she doesn't care if she ever sees Stephen Weed again, because over the last few months, Stephen has revealed himself to be a sexist, ageist pig. Not that was a huge change from the way that he already was. It's just become more obvious. And she said she couldn't believe that the words he was speaking were truly from his heart and not the dumb formulations of the FBI and Randy, she's quite defiant in this case. And then, goes on to say, like, we did an action and like nobody would have gotten hurt if they'd followed the SLA's orders. And, which I don't even think is like necessarily true. It seems like they just stumbled upon a bank. These guys just like stumbled walking into a bank robbery, and like Nancy Ling Perry freaked out and shot them. So they did survive. But I mean, they do get away. Like, it's kind of crazy that they planned this out over the course of a few weeks. They do their multiple car switch kind of plan. And then even though the police get there a minute after they leave, they can't figure out what car they switch to, and they eventually just drive back to their Golden Gate safe house, and with all the money, and boom, there they go. And you couldn't do that today. You couldn't do that today.
Yeah, you could not do that today. No. It kind of like is like a like one battle after another like scene. Like, didn't that happen in one battle after another?
Yeah, well, kind of. They did have a bank robbery, and
Yeah.
where Jungle Pussy jumps up and said,
the
like,
famous controversial scene.
I have so many problems with that movie. Like,
Yeah.
that, I think the first half hour of it was really what, like, threw me out, because that movie is obviously riffing on the SLA. It has a black leader, and in this case, a couple like black women are also in it, and there's a bunch of like DSA type like white people that are in it, but it's like I couldn't, because it was transported to like today, or this is supposed to be like 15 years before now. I'm like, what was this, like an Occupy group in 2010? Like, this doesn't really make any sense. And then
it literally makes absolutely no sense. I was like, when, like, I hadn't seen it when we talked about it in the 5-year special, but like I saw it since. And like for the first like couple minutes of the movie, I was like, "What year is this supposed to be?"
Yeah,
like it's like incredible because like it has like a clear like 60s vibe, but it's like they like, in fact, even in the bank, I feel like they didn't have like modern technology. They had like these like weird like 90s-esque like computers, but even then like it seemed wrong they had computers at all.
Yeah.
But it was like this weird kind of like
ahistorical
like
past
pastiche.
Right. And it wasn't clear. It's like they were like kind of raiding like migrant detention centers and like blowing up power stations. Like, it wasn't clear exactly like what their ideology, what like the focus of their ideology was, but they were just like, and they were always like having sex all the time. It clearly is like poking fun at, like, it even kind of goes into like a little bit of like the reactionary black abductor thing, where there's one scene where like the leader like makes out with like this other girl, and then like turns around and makes out with like the other white girl, and it's kind of implied they're all like in some kind of revolutionary polycule situation. And then it speed runs through, we'll get to probably in the next chapter, like the murder of like the SLA by the LAPD, and shows it in like a 5-second like montage of like, look, they're underneath the house being burned alive. Anyways, moving on to like the cool story of like Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't know.
Like, more than anything, that movie just sucked, and like it was a terrible adaptation of Vineland.
Oh yeah. I like Vineland. I love Vineland. Vineland's good, but like you can't just like rip it out of its historical context of like, this is,
it almost like shouldn't even be considered to be based on Vineland, I don't think.
I would sue PTA if I were Thomas Pynchon.
Yeah,
honestly, like they should sue to have it removed, from the credits, like inspired by Vineland. I think it says, but it's just like, it's such a cartoonish, ahistorical mishmash of, but we're supposed to like root for these people. But like, if you're gonna be like telling a story about a group like the SLA, I mean, obviously it's like, what if the SLA didn't kidnap anybody and everybody in it was just down and like cool, and then they did a bunch of crazy stuff? And like, then it's kind of mashing together like Weather Underground a little bit, where they're not like they're not assassinating people or like kidnapping people. They're just like robbing banks and blowing up infrastructure, which is kind of more of it's kind of a combo of like somewhat maybe what like the Black Liberation Army and the SLA did with bank robberies, and then the Weather Underground, like symbolic bombings. And so, but it's just so like not defined. Like they might as well be like liberals or like eco, like kind of like eco anarchists, or like kind of BLM, like kind of just it's so stupid.
Right.
It sucks. And it doesn't say anything interesting about like the SLA phenomenon.
It was also incredibly boring, like just on like a like a filmmaking like like economy of like drama level. It was just incredibly like a tedious movie, where like I didn't like actually care or like have an interest in anybody succeeding. And like I feel like the whole it is true, like the stakes of what they were trying to accomplish. I mean, we should not talk about this any further, but like the stakes of what they were trying to accomplish, like, were just like so like muddied, and like the like characters are so poorly drawn. It was shocking that like PTA, like, who I think has like made interesting movies in the past, like made that film. Like, I guess maybe it just like didn't play to his strengths at all. I don't know.
There was a moment where I thought, oh, he could maybe like I'll defend the Inherent Vice adaptation of that being like pretty good, and like it's a pretty direct adaptation, and it's like entertaining and like interesting introduction into like the world of Pynchon, but I feel like that was a lot. Every movie he's made after that has been more like solipsistic and just like cinema for the sake of cinema. Like, I don't know, just like annoying. The Gen X syndrome, where everything becomes like this kind of, I don't know, even like high auteur fan service of just like not really about, and like not feeling like the movie should be about anything, because that's stupid. That's not what great filmmakers do. They don't make movies about things. Like they're Dreamweavers or some shit, Like I'm just a little over it. I'm a little over that kind of nonsense. So we're almost up to the point now where they decide that they probably have to split their safe house in San Francisco, because like sooner or later they might get caught. They know they've announced basically very loudly that they're in San Francisco, which was not exactly known up to this point.
As like kind of like another like tone piece, can we read this from the Berkeley Barb? SLA Bank hold up answers some of the questions.
Yeah, I think yeah. We give that
it's
one.
by Rick Reynolds.
Which week is this? The April like 23rd issue.
It's the April 19th to 25th.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Actually, we'll read this, and then actually after you read that, let's dig into the Mae Brussel, because this is when Conspiracy Queen enters the stage of the story.
Yeah.
Like actually she really does become like a character in this that the SLA is like interfacing with, and saying that she's like a conspiracy freak pig, like for saying what she says.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's really like holding the SLA is CIA line, which like not everyone was. Yeah, I mean it's like true. Like there was a lot of like critique of her. I mean there were two like kind of anti-SLA groups. Like there was kind of like the Mae Brussel like quote unquote like noided angle.
Yeah, the
which
Don
is like
Freed.
and there's also like this is unproductive or whatever line, which could like kind of combine. Were kind of compatible with one another to an extent, but not everyone went so far as to say they were CIA. Some just said that they were foolish. But then there were like a lot of people like in the Weather Underground and the BLA, who were like right on.
The BLA was
like,
pretty.
How dare you? Like you don't know what did you think revolution was? Vibes, essays,
exactly.
like that kind of angle.
Yeah, there are some. Yeah, the BLA, which
yeah.
is basically the remnants of the Cleaver faction of the Black Panthers, which had split. They were very right on, and they had like editorials published in the Barb being like, yeah, exactly. Like, what do you think? It's not a dinner party. Like, blah blah blah. And then the Black Panther organization that at that point was still Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, Elaine Brown, and David Du Bois. Wasn't a member, but he ran like officially, but he ran the newspaper. They kind of endorsed the Brussel Freed like line pretty quickly when it came to the fore about him. Like he was a snitch. He had worked for the LAPD. This is some kind of like adventurous sus like fake terrorist, like fake left terrorist group that's gonna ensnare all of us other groups and implicate us in like terrorism or something like that.
Yeah, and Muhammad speaks of the same line. I mean, partly to do with like trying to distance himself from the whole zebra situation, especially down the line.
Yeah,
but
and
also read
the second.
I will. But I just want to say like Paul Krasner like is also like kind of interesting. You're mentioning before, but like he was interesting in all this because like he would kind of he just has this kind of like puckish like above it all sort of posture throughout this whole thing where he'll like on one hand be mocking the SLA or kind of insinuating that like there's something to like what Mae Brussel might, and then the other like the next column he'll be like kind of sneering at Freed for saying that Sin-Q was on the working for the FBI after he was attacked by them or something like kind of it's
he does have that above it all vibe
presence he does he's just like I'm just documenting what these kooks are saying. I don't know
in his Rumple Foreskin column that appears
so
almost
awful.
every week at this point.
He is a pig.
He is. I found I found an article in one of the May issues that definitely qualifies for pig. You can let's just say it explains who his friends were decades later a little bit.
There's a lot of good stuff like in May, but anyway, this is just April for now. Yeah, so this is by Rick Reynolds. The SLA has a sense of timing which no one seems to understand. On the morning of April 15th, Stephen Weed was in the Barb office talking with the editors. Basically, he said he wanted Patricia to live and he needed help. He asked the editors, and they agreed, to urge the SLA to do something to show that she was still alive and had not been physically or psychologically coerced into joining the SLA. Because of a news blackout, neither Barb nor Stephen Weed knew that Patricia and 8 members of the SLA had just robbed Hiburnia National Bank at 22nd and Noriega in the Sunset District of San Francisco. Hidden amid the media's regular coverage of slaughter and sympathy were small 4-inch articles on the Sunset robbery. They noted only that 2 persons had been seriously wounded, and the bandits had carried army carbines. By Monday noon, it was obvious to everyone in the Sunset District that this wasn't just an ordinary bank robbery. Within an hour, 250 FBI agents, sheriff's deputies, and police were combing the area for the SLA and Tanya. And by 5 o'clock, the news media couldn't help themselves and were stumbling after the story. The first problem was to extract the bank photos and get the FBI to comment on Tanya's role. Bank photos, which are always given to the media for dissemination, were mysteriously withheld. By late evening, however, Marilyn Baker of KQED reported that the FBI was filing warrants for Nancy Ling Perry, Patricia Mizmoon Soltisic, and Camilla Hall on bank robbery charges, and Patricia Hearst, address unknown, was wanted as a quote-unquote material witness. Positive identification of Donald DeFreeze took until morning when FBI agents had shown the photos to a close associate, probably Colston Westbrook. The FBI then released 8 of 1,200 photos taken by the bank surveillance camera, which show Patricia Hearst and the other participants. These photos were apparently selected to show Patricia Hearst as a pawn in the bank robbery. We are not ruling out the possibility that she was a willing participant, Charles Bates, the local FBI chief, said. On the other hand, there is evidence she was not. Refusing to believe that Patricia willingly participated is in line with the media's past fumblings with Patricia's character change. When Patricia's first message appeared, her parents hinted that she had been drugged, and it was later alleged that she had been quote-unquote brainwashed into joining the SLA. Only Dennis Banks of the American Indian Movement has come forward publicly with a contrary opinion. Channel 7 pieced together 3 of the bank photos, which showed Tanya in the center of the bank in a supposed crossfire between Q and another SLA member. It looked to them like a setup, and the idea shakes up all sympathies with the SLA. Here was the woman, child of the Hearst family, knock-kneed and shaken. Her hand was in her pocket, not on the gun. Marilyn Baker of KQED examined the photo and concluded that Patricia must have had her hands tied inside her pocket. Other reporters were saying that it was a setup, or the SLA would have shot out the cameras or at least screened them as bandits do on TV. But the news media hastily conjectured about the 8 carefully selected photos, while eyewitnesses at the bank said that Patricia's movements, which were aggressive and profane, were completely different from those in the photos as interpreted by newsmen. For 2 days after the robbery, unmarked blue Chevys with FBI teams crisscrossed the Sunset area, speeding up to stop signs, then flooring it across the intersections. Slouched in back seats, they looked like surly thugs sent by the mob to check out a new area. But by the second day, only Marilyn Baker followed them. Prior to the robbery, most thought the SLA was in some bunker in Oakland Hills or surrounded by the FBI. But the FBI had no idea where the SLA people were, and the G-men cleaned up by finding Sunset merchants and residents who identified Willie Wolfe, Emily Harris, Ms. Moon, and Camilla Hall. Following a hunch that the SLA split up and some headed towards the Golden Gate Park, they found a carbine and discarded clothes in a trash barrel inside the park. Most of the media, pleased with their snap analysis that Patricia was a puppet, split up between Hillsborough and the airport to catch Hearst as he returned from La Paz. As Randolph Hearst stepped off his private Learjet, he slurred in his typically unemotional manner that he thought the whole thing was terrible. 60 days ago, she was a lovely child, and now she shows up in a bank with a gun in her hand. In another gesture, he told reporters as they trailed him to Hillsborough that he would have another comment after he had studied the events. After meeting with FBI man Charles Bates, Stephen Weed spoke to the reporters at Hillsborough, telling them that he thought the whole robbery was a setup. The SLA is nothing without Patty, he said. I've made some sense out of the way the SLA acted, but because the SLA operates on a week-to-week basis, I have no clear conception of what to expect. But the SLA is concentrating on their propaganda victory, and if Patty is killed, it will be the end of their political organization. The day after the robbery, an occasional reporter drifted in and out of Hiburnia Bank to talk. Gotta go to page 4, I think. Yeah, this is over
bank
here.
Staff knew it was Tanya.
Yeah, right. Bank staff knew it was Tanya.
With Edward Shea, the security guard.
Yeah. With Edward Shea, the security guard. But like the 1,200 bank photos, the FBI had clamped tight on all interviews with employees of the bank. As one woman at the bank said, I don't want to talk with anyone, just the FBI. That's enough. When I pressed her further, she said, hey, look, once you get your name in print, that's when they come after you. Who? I asked. Reporters? Reporters, she looked at me oddly. No, the SLA.
Oh, my God.
She and the tellers have a blind fear of the SLA. The entire bank froze when Sin-Q and Tanya burst through the door and shouted that they were the SLA. Inside the door, they confronted the security guard, Edward Shea, a key witness in the future grand jury investigation of the robbery. In Shea's version, he met Tanya, not Patricia Hearst, who called him a son of a bitch and had her finger on the gun's trigger, ready to shoot. Not good trigger discipline, Tanya, but okay. I guess I didn't teach that in SLA training. While Tanya was standing by the door, Sin-Q went to the safe deposit desk and told women there to move. The woman froze, and when she fumbled with the button to open the counter, he grabbed her and pulled her across the counter to the other customers face down in the lobby. Sin-Q, Tanya Hearst, and another woman then took up positions while two others went behind the counter. Yeah, that says counter. It's hard to read, but okay. Reaction to the SLA was in the air even before the bank robbery. But prior to April 4th, authorities were holding back to help Patricia Hearst's release. Now there was a daily flow of reaction, veiling a certain fear that other movement sects might join the SLA. Marilyn Baker put it best when she said, "When you get a bunch of weirdos like these, all the other nuts come out of the woodwork." Paranoia California officials are afraid that, unless the SLA momentum stops, civilization as we know it will end.
Oh, my God.
Signs like solidarity with the SLA, spray painted on walls, and Rice Gov posters began appearing in Berkeley 2 months ago, but most of them were suspiciously concentrated around the Chabot Street house.
The Chabot Street, yeah, where everyone
Chabot,
lived.
Sorry, yeah, where some members of the SLA lived. But now SLA graffiti is appearing in Oakland, a dangerous place where authority totters, and you meet many people who believe what the SLA is saying. To prevent this kind of talk, on the day of the robbery of L. Younger, California's reactionary attorney general threatened prosecution of anyone connected with extortion, even those involved in food giveaways. Besides, he said, I don't see why it was called people in need, which assumed that the people who got the food were in need.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that was a big thing that, like, the kind of right-wingers would be like, people in Cadillacs were pulling up to get the
Right, of
food.
course,
I mean, there was chaos in the early ones, so it lent to images like that, which were broadcast everywhere, and, you know, it did have that effect. But, yeah, some people were kind of, like, down because of these spectacular actions, you know, that were broadcast across the media. You notice here also, since I have this issue up, SLA setup, on the next page, Panther bust seen as stage of renewed police plot. This actually happened. This might have happened like the day after the bank robbery, but it gives you a sense of maybe the, you know, like the spectacular actions of the SLA giving the police an excuse to go after, say, like the Black Panthers, who were very critical of the SLA, but nonetheless. I guess the bust of 14 Black Panther Party workers in an East 29th Street precinct house in Oakland earlier this week takes us back, as through a political time warp, to the days when the Panthers were being periodically jailed and shot for their activities. The fact that charges were dropped pending further investigation on the day of arraignment makes the bust all the more bizarre. Even the page one photo in the Cron, printed in the same issue as their breathless Girls of the SLA feature, wow, was, even the mainstream press was getting in on it. It was a familiar prototype. Rows of ammunition and automatic weapons, supposedly confiscated in the house, hulked wickedly against the white background of what looked like a sheet spread upon the floor. The photo went a long way towards resurrecting, or trying to, the image of jive macho violence the Panthers have been working to shed in Oakland with their community organizing projects, electoral efforts, and survival programs. The bust also raises the possibility of a renewed pattern of widespread police harassment against the Black Panthers. Clearly, the Panthers feel that it's more than a possibility. Chairman Bobby Seale describes the raid as an attempt to drain and discredit the Panthers, adding that it was the same old political agent provocateur operations. Panther members in the past were frequently arrested and charged with possession of weapons such as machine guns, but no machine guns ever showed up in court in those earlier trials, Seale said. At least one Panther ally, Don Freed of the LA-based Citizens Research and Investigation Committee, feels the raid was, quote, in part a response to Black Panther Party publications that link Sin-Q of the SLA to undercover police work. The Black Panther, they were really out front with, I think, publishing the first thing of like revolutionary leader or police agent about DeFreeze's background. The Black Panther, the party's weekly newspaper, printed a cover story on its April 13th issue, strongly suggesting that Sin Q, also known as Donald DeFreeze, has been operating in California with police protection. Because of the Oakland raid, Freed released what he says is information gleaned from official sources showing that DeFreeze is an employee of the Criminal Conspiracy Section of the LAPD, a program Freed describes as a pet project of California Attorney General Evel Younger. Younger retained DeFreeze as an agent, Freeze says, despite reports that he was a, quote, homicidal maniac because of a pressing need for agents in the black community. The Black Panther further supports Freed's assertion by reporting that the state of California has consistently refused to extradite DeFreeze to New Jersey, where he has been wanted since 1965 to face charges of kidnapping, extortion, and assault with a deadly weapon. The first known act of connivance with California police by DeFreeze occurred on December 6, 1967, reads the Black Panther report. DeFreeze sets up a crime partner, Ron Coleman, with a telephone call and led police to a cache of more than 200 rifles and automatic pistols. The guns had been stolen from an Army surplus store. We covered that, I think, in parts 1 and 2. And so the Black Panther repeated a lot of that. According to them, then he used one of the guns that from that bust in like a failed kind of bank. Well, kind of like a check. He was trying to pass a bad check, and then he got confronted and got in a shootout, and then was caught with this gun that implicated the LAPD, was like handing out guns to informants, which looked bad, and that's when he got sent to Vacaville. And then, he escaped in 1973 from Soledad by simply walking away from a minimum security section of the prison where a guard left him alone to work on a boiler. SLA communiques of the past several months have bitterly attacked the Panthers as penthouse revolutionaries, while law and order forces in Oakland have attacked them from the opposite end, portraying them as dangerous firebrands. In actuality, retort the Panthers, the law and order types are afraid the Panthers could win power in Oakland next year, legally. Right? They were gearing up for another mayor run, with Bobby Seale, and so, That is the primary reason for the raid, according to Bobby Seale. The East Oakland house contained the names and addresses of 3,000 precinct workers who have already been organized for a campaign to elect 5 city council members and 2 Board of Education members next spring, as well as voter registration records from last year's mayoral campaign, when the Panthers had only a third as many workers. The campaign, such as the one planned for next year, would cost a minimum of $300,000, which is coincidentally almost identical to the bail money originally needed to free the 14 prisoners. The 14 busted Panthers are not name people frequently in the public eye, but they are, according to Seale, key workers in several of the party's survival programs, and they were busted up by up to 50 Oakland and Berkeley cops, not 9, as reported by Berkeley Police Officer Berger. Panther spokesperson Elaine Brown further stated that arresting officers had only an unsigned warrant when they came looking for a Leonard Kolar who doesn't live there. Yeah, so it sounds like, they're playing some dirty games here, trying to undermine actually their electoral organizing potential, like the machine they're building to legally win. So you could see a kind of a interesting thing there. Also, I don't know if you noticed when you're reading the bank holdup article, there was this little chestnut that I thought was pretty interesting. From someone we'll talk about next. Will Gerald Ford survive San Jose this weekend? Mae Brussel, conspiracy expert, foresees a possible CIA attempt to kill Vice President Gerald Ford and others in San Jose this weekend. The scenario, assassination, provides an excuse for martial law. She says, the Bay Area violence, including the zebra killings and culminating in the Hearst kidnapping, is the beginning of a massive race war in the U.S., Miss Brussel said. I was hoping the Watergate investigation would get into the plan of Louis Tackwood, right, from the Glass House tapes for 72, because they just moved it to 74. What we might possibly see in San Jose is an escalation of violence, which possibly is the scenario for the Garden Plot, the 1974 martial law plan. We might see the murder of prominent politicians and newspapermen, which will be the excuse for martial law. Mae Brussel is scheduled to talk about assassinations and conspiracies at the San Jose Civics Auditorium on Sunday, April 21st. In fact, our conspiracy queen is the front page. She is the cover girl of the April 19th to 25th issue of the Berkeley Barb. And I think this is the first time they really give, like, it's funny because I think this is the first issue published after the bank robbery, so you can see that they are, they're kind of opening up to a little more of a noited tack at this point in the story, the Berkeley Barb seems to be. Whereas maybe in the beginning they were a little bit like, let's publish all their shit and like, Cobra, But at this point, they're highlighting Mae Brussels' work, and now I think Don Freed is starting to make the rounds in the Bay Area, and he's working with the Black Panthers and providing them information. They're publishing it in their paper, so it is coming from like.
I think. Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of like split. They like run different things. Like, I mean, even later into May, like there's some like really pro SLA stuff. I mean,
no, you're right. It's I just mean you start to get a little more of like this perspective starts to make an appearance alongside the like right kind of things. Yeah. So this is like an interview with Mae Brussels called "Is SLA Soon Q the First Black Lee Harvey Oswald?"
Right. Yeah.
So she's coming in hard, and I guess, of course, I think we all know a little bit about Mae Brussels. She hosted Dialogue Conspiracy on KLRB FM in Carmel, California, and obviously published things in The Realist, Paul Krasner's publication, and I think what she would publish in July. It's even mislabeled on JSTOR. That if you look up like the official like JSTOR link, it says Mae Brussels' Realist issue was in February.
Wow.
So it all goes back to that one website, the archivist, ep.to.
So weird.
Homeboy, you gotta fix it. So I mean, I think Mae Brussels' perspective is interesting to bring in at this point, because this is when we start. It's not like this was some like really fringe thing, or like it came about later that people had conspiracy theories about the Patty Hearst kidnapping in the SLA. Like, this is very much happening in real time, right? When the SLA is still on the run, and right after they robbed a bank. So, I think some of the way she breaks this down, again, a little bit like Schreiber, it's like speculative, and she does predict things that don't ultimately end up coming to pass. That like a full kind of nakedly fascist genocidal police state is like going to be implemented, and like all forms of democracy are going to be kind of like canceled in within a year or like 2 or 3 years. Like the kind of apocalyptic vibe.
You like people swing for the fences, like, but really, like, it's kind of on a much. I feel like this is a common thing with like kind of like conspiracy universe people, where like you kind of need to put it on like on a more abstract level or on a longer time scale a lot of the time than like is being talked about, but then once you do, there's like a little bit of truth to it. I would say that, because people in the chat were saying from some of the SLA tapes, like, you can agree with a lot of the things they say about like kind of setting up some kind of like race war, or like bringing in fascism. I don't think that Brussels is necessarily wrong about the kind of police state thing, like computerized police state that is gonna commit genocides all around the world, whatever, is necessarily wrong. But I think longer timeline than maybe they thought in the 70s for this to like really I mean, I guess there's kind of like this it's like, I don't know, I guess like the vision of it is almost like this kind of like radical. It's kind of like the old like frog in the boiling water thing. I don't know if that actually is something that frogs actually do, but regardless, like like I think that like we kind of do live in like the nightmare like future that Louis Tackwood described. Where everyone is like constantly surveilled, right? But it doesn't feel like it, or it isn't like really. It's different from an Alex Jones type of like Agenda 21 like fan, like kind of thing, like, or this sort of like image of like UN troops coming in and like shooting like vaccine
like a David Dees painting of
exactly
the baby
like
injected with 5G vaccines.
It's different from that, but like it doesn't mean that we haven't seen like some of these like ideas or predictions borne out like in a way.
Right. A lot of, I think, on a longer timeline, like the trend, it does kind of match the trend of how things have shaken out, in that we're like less democratic, more controlled by like technological systems of surveillance. Like democracy doesn't really matter anymore. We do genocides and support genocides in various places, and like the government and corporations are kind of gradually building like an infrastructure that could maybe overtly enslave everybody if they really felt they had to or wanted to. Eugenics is kind of low-key like making a strange comeback under different names, but like that type of shit. Yeah, like these are problems we're basically still dealing with, even if they haven't come to pass yet. I think
it's kind of, I mean, people got mad at me for making this comparison, which was surprising, because I feel like, if anything, I would almost expect that the opposite would happen, where like I would be like criticized for being too dismissive of chemtrails or something. But like what I said, like, the like chemtrails, like in a way, is like a kind of like simplified like version of like a reality that most people who are informed agree on. That like our government is kind of putting chemicals into the air that are making everyone's lives worse, which is basically like the phenomenon of climate change, right? It's the same like principle, but it's like different kind of understandings of the mechanism whereby it happens,
right.
Like and yeah, one has this like very kind of what's the way to say it? Like kind of I want to say like broad kind of very like kind of like a bold or simplified sense of like intentionality, where it's like in reality like a bit more complex than that, but it's important not to move the needle too far in the direction where we erase intentionality, because it is there, and I think that's the a key thing about the climate situation as well. It's not a matter of like, oh, we're all just too morally flawed and to fall into prevent this catastrophe. Like, no, like they don't care, it's deliberate, they want it. Like
on some level they do want it, and on some
like
level the pigs do want to
them.
They want to neutralize anybody that is outside of the version of the social contract that they are used to enjoying. And like anybody demanding more is going to have to be like neutralized one way or another. You can see like fingerprints of that going on, not just literally the SLA, all these other groups just in the kind of radical left milieu getting fucked with.
That article by Hunter said it explicitly, like Patty Hearst, like the kidnapping of Patty Hearst, he literally said that it was good, right? He literally said this like has served us, right? This is like
Gladio.
Because people are now waking up to the Marxist conspiracy, right? Like that's kind of like how he put it. Like this is, but like that's kind of, you could say it's like saying the quiet part out loud in a way, but like it's on some level, in fact, sometimes on an explicit level in that guy's particular case, like they want these type of groups to exist, because they help advance their narrative.
Right. That's very much that's like a Gladio mindset. And they were,
totally.
There's evidence that it's come out like in Europe, in Italy in the 70s and 80s, that they were using this exact tactic of doing spectacular terrorism that scared people and kind of caught like civilians in the crossfire and blaming it on like ultra left groups that were just so scary, and like the Red Brigades or others, and maybe I don't know.
Yeah, right. I mean, I feel like you could see like the hearse as being kind of like a collateral damage in a way, where like they weren't necessarily targeted. Although I did see one suggestion that like it had to deal with like the Hearst Rockefeller rivalry, because like the Rockefellers were like involved in like creating the CIA, right?
Was
like,
this from the National Caucus of Labor Committees by chance? Because
it
like I noticed that there's coverage of, I think the name was like Nick Denton was the guy. I mentioned that he popped up in the when Don Freed and Mae Brussel did like the press conference in May, that suddenly you hear like, I'm Nick Denton from the National Caucus of Labor Committees. What do you have to say about like he actually started talking about the Gladio operation, but then like, which is all connected to Rockefeller interests since 1947. And there, and then somebody says, like a woman says like, sorry, is he part of the press conference? Like, he just came to start spouting. But then I noticed week by week in the Berkeley Barb, there are more and more articles kind of in a sort of skeptical, bemused way, like covering the NCLC, which is LaRouche's group. He still went by Lynn Marcus at this point, but like LaRouche was LaRouching really fucking hard in this era as well, and in a way kind of like muddying the waters, like saying some, like mixing some real stuff, like real analysis, some real noited analysis with a little bit of like a weird, like off-putting, like they were very, very convinced that the Rockefeller family themselves were plotting, like kind of what Mae Russell talks about, but they were like, no, like, and I think they were even critically supportive of Nixon, because they were like, Nixon is actually like, he's gone rogue, and the Rockefellers are trying to take him out, which like they very well might have been doing, like, you know, for more complex reasons. But I feel like I don't really trust, given the way that they're acting, they're accusing like everybody of being CIA around them, like 24/7, like to them, like almost everybody's a pig, like basically, except for I guess Richard Nixon and Lynn Marcus, you know, but they're a thorn in the side of like many other leftists. But the Berkeley Bar does seem like fascinated by them, because they're also making, like, a lot of people are making really apocalyptic claims in this year. You know, let's not forget the oil crisis was also going on. There's a lot of articles in the Barb about how this is like engineered by the ruling class, like on purpose to like cause some kind of economic collapse and like lower everybody's standard of living. You know, there's a lot of like paranoid speculation about like who really like what is Kissinger up to with the, you know, the OPEC crisis, etc. But maybe I'll just read a little from Mae Russell here, because I mean, we have to assume the SLA read this because they religiously read the Berkeley Barb, right? And in fact, I think in the next issue, Russ Little, who's in jail, writes like a clapback at Mae Russell, which is funny to read too. But I'll just read a little bit from like where she's coming from. The interviewer, Stephanie Caruana, asks Mae, "Can you please explain what's going on? Who or what is the SLA, and why did they kidnap Patricia Hearst?" Mae Russell says, "The script from the very beginning was to have the nice, rich white princess kidnapped by the mean black prison escapees, in quotes, to drag out the scenario until the whole nation was involved with Patty's fate, and then to sacrifice her. Donald DeFreeze and Thera Wheeler would be the patsies. DeFreeze would be the main patsy, the first black Lee Harvey Oswald. He would wind up dead or in jail, silenced like Sirhan, Jack Ruby, Lee Harvey Oswald, James Earl Ray, Arthur Bremer, and many other patsies. The intelligence agencies behind the plot didn't plan that Patty Hearst, Donald DeFreeze, and Thera Wheeler would survive and tell their story. The whole plot for the paramilitary takeover for the United States might come out in the open if the truth is revealed about this kidnapping. On the other hand, if the plan to assassinate Patty Hearst is carried out, the military intelligence agencies will be stuck with something around their necks that could be just as difficult to cover up as the truth about the Kennedy assassination. Evidence of a high-level conspiracy will keep on cropping up again and again, and many more people will be murdered. Since the Watergate story began to emerge, some people have become more sophisticated and more suspicious. They know they have been lied to by people in the highest level of our government. The Hearst kidnapping is a domestic conspiracy. It has to be understood in its historical context. The past 10 years have seen the murder of a president, a senator, congressman, civil rights leaders, and hundreds of other victims of what I believe are related conspiracies. The next 10 years will be bloody and fearful for all minorities in the U.S. It appears there will be a concerted effort on the part of the Defense Intelligence Agency to continue the policies of the Nazis they brought into this country following World War II. Genocide will be made possible by the same techniques used in Germany. Now this gets very specific. 2 large airports will be utilized to move large masses of people. In addition to the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, a new airport is planned in San Diego next to the Mexican border. These airports have been designed with extra thick runways to accommodate giant 747 planes. The planes themselves, which have proved impractical for civilian airline use, have just been purchased by the military and are being remodeled for mass transport. Their engines are turned over every day at a cost of thousands of dollars so that they can be pressed into service at a day's notice. I'd like more info on that. I think they did use 747s as passenger jets like internationally, I guess. But two large new prisons costing over $186 million are proposed for California. One is located in San Diego, next to the new airport. The proposed prisons in Vacaville and San Diego will specialize in, quote, mental problems, turning inmates into zombies. 12.5 million acres of California desert land, stretching from the Mexican border near San Diego to the Sierra Nevada, have been secretly and quickly closed off to all vehicles. Fear of dune buggies was the cover story for this act. There should be regular examination of this territory for new fences and structures of any kind. A new $105 million hospital, the most expensive in the world, is being planned for Travis Air Force Base in California. It's located on 82 private acres, inaccessible to most persons. This will be a computerized hospital, designed to include a revolutionary, quote, one-room treatment center. Colonel Oliver C. Hood admitted that this... Sorry, I have to go down to page 11. Here we go. Terror is official. There's a fun spread here. It's a picture of May. This one-stop treatment, laboratory, drug dispensing, examining room may be controversial and not universally accepted at this time. The point should be very clear. Given enough violence, murders, and kidnappings in the USA, the new hospitals, prisons, and airports will be used for mass genocide. There's nothing going on in our economy to assure housing, jobs, or education for minorities. Congress is purposely impounding funds, cutting off school busing, and denying legal aid for the poor. President Nixon is moving to reduce welfare funds drastically at a time when job opportunities for minorities are scarce. All steps toward equal opportunity and racial progress are being halted. These actions are said to be the results of the energy crisis. Preceding the Hearst kidnapping in February 1974, there was a series of carefully staged, senseless, motiveless killings. They were blamed upon, quote, cults. Persons who survived the murderous attacks described their assailants as zombies. Operation Zebra, Black versus White. A series of so-called Fillmore fires took place before the killings. They were named after Fillmore Street in San Francisco, a street in the black part of town. CIA arsonists have been known to do such things as burn their own churches, set fire to many buildings in order to blame, quote, hippies. The association of minorities with murders and arson was achieved. What we are now experiencing is the importation of the dreaded Operation Phoenix program into the United States. Well, she said it. William E. Colby, director of CIA, will be conducting paramilitary operations in order to escalate the necessity for martial law. Through various created and manipulated acts of violence, the only, quote, solution to chaos, anarchy, and senseless violent acts will be a police state. Colby's CIA specialty, the Phoenix operation in Southeast Asia, was known for its torture, political assassinations, mass murders, tiger cages, rigged elections, and slanted intelligence. Yeah, I think he oversaw the Phoenix program in Vietnam not very long before this. And, the fact that this person was approved for appointment as director of CIA by a Senate vote of 83-13 indicate that the Senate both agrees with and rewards an agent of theirs for these acts against mankind. It's no coincidence the same Senate turned down a vote after 25 years of stalling and debating on an agreement that would outlaw genocide as late as March 1974. Yeah, a government that funds, promotes, recognizes, and allows war criminals to direct their domestic affairs reveals a total disrespect for our lives. This monster and its vicious machinery will now turn upon us at home. The Phoenix program was an indiscriminate murder program in Asia, utilizing terror and the killing of innocent people. The Hearst kidnapping is part of the Phoenix program inside of the United States. Damn. Said very clearly. They ask... is the Hearst kidnapping related to other political assassinations and conspiracies? May Brussels says, yes. It is the most important domestic military action since the murder of President John Kennedy. Wow. That's big. That's big. They ask, how are they related? The killing of John Kennedy marked the overthrow of a government elected by the majority. It was also the signal for a domestic war against minorities, students, and prisoners, and for the escalation of the war in Southeast Asia. The Hearst kidnapping is the beginning of the reign of terror on our streets. It is part of a deliberate campaign of terror. It will be used to justify larger private police forces, more repression, and larger and more expensive prisons. There will be increased public distrust of blacks, Maoists, prisoners, lesbians, gays, hippies, radicals, communes, and genuine protesters who will be described as terrorist guerrillas. The most important scare tactic will be to link this kidnapping to worldwide guerrilla movements. Yeah, actually, I'd kind of forgotten about this, but there were like other kidnappings that did happen right around like maybe the same week as Patty Hearst that she describes here. She says, or the interviewer asks, what about the spate of kidnappings that have suddenly occurred since the Hearst kidnapping? Are they related? May says, the kidnapping of Reg Murphy, editor of the Atlanta Constitution, was supposed to be synchronized with the Hearst kidnapping. There is other evidence that the two events were planned by the same officials. John Calzadilla, 8 years old, was kidnapped in New York by people who were anti-Castro Cubans, some from Miami. Persons who witnessed his captivity claimed that he was happy, enjoying himself, and unguarded. He appeared to know his captors and did not seem to be under any stress before he was returned home. The halting of Princess Anne's car by a well-groomed, unemployed man with over $700 and a phony Marxist-Leninist ransom note in his pocket was obviously an intelligence scare tactic. There was no possible way he could have taken her anywhere, since they were surrounded and closed off by traffic. John Patterson, the American diplomat who was allegedly kidnapped in Mexico, was seen at a service station less than 10 minutes after he drove away from the consulate and, quote, vanished. His car was chained to a camper truck, being towed away. Witnesses said he appeared calm and not guarded, and Mexican authorities doubted the kidnap report. Eunice Kronholm, the banker's wife from Minneapolis, came home laughing after her instant departure from the shopping center. Her husband paid $200,000 ransom to a group of 3 men who were not even charged with kidnapping. There's been a series of faked mini-kidnappings, similar to the rash of military-trained airplane hijackings a few years ago, which led to the stationing of armed police guards and X-ray machines at every airport. Yeah, that is true. Just because the media terms an event a kidnapping does not necessarily make it a kidnapping at all. So they say, are you saying that these are acts committed by provocateurs to create a climate of fear? She says, of course. All the recent kidnappings were planned, funded, and carried out by the same intelligence agencies. It would be easy to investigate the matter. Once the people are terrorized, you can force a police state on them. The Chronicle recently ran an article with the headline, "A Constant Watch on Radicals Urged." The article talks about a report made to a California Senate subcommittee based on the recommendations of a 63-page manual. Where did this manual come from? They don't even know who or what the SLA is yet, but the manual is there. The report is ready within 5 weeks of the date of the Hearst kidnapping. They recommend increased security for homes and offices, a constant watch on radicals such as blacks, Chicanos, and labor organizations, and a neighborhood spy on every block. This is Nazi Germany. Damn. Yeah, so then they do say here, interesting, Attorney General Saxby was suggesting the Hearst kidnapping in Berkeley could be part of a worldwide conspiracy. So, yeah, on the opposite side,
Right.
It's a communist conspiracy. He cited various manuals and textbooks circulating among terrorist and revolutionary groups examined by the FBI. So this is what May says about that. To rebut that they have a Maoist manual that teaches you how to brainwash. She says, the structure for my book, Murderville, USA, is taken from a U.S. Armed Forces manual printed in South Carolina called Unconventional Warfare Operating Procedures. A soldier at Fort Ord showed me how the U.S. military were being trained in counterintelligence and domestic warfare. I think that might be from the School of the Americas. I think that might have been in South Carolina. Yeah, so the parallels between our DIA and CIA operations were proof that military agents and provocateurs could cause economic chaos, social unrest, and domestic fear in the United States using the identical methods that we have used overseas. There is a closer relationship between our National Security Council and its intelligence operations and Nazi military intelligence than there is between so-called terrorist books and the international kidnappings taking place. Yeah, so she talks about they ask about the Foster murder. She says the purpose of the Foster murder was to establish the existence of the SLA. She does note here, we mentioned, in October 1973, the American Nazi Party was passing out leaflets in the San Leandro shopping center outside Oakland that stated, "There might be shotgun blasts into the guts of mixmaster principals and superintendents. Dr. Foster was black, and his co-worker and close friend, Mr. Blackburn, is white." I assume that's what mixmaster means. Yeah, I mean, that was mentioned in Schreiber's book. Just odd, right? And, not just a white supremacist group, but one that has a presence inside of the California prisons, too, right?
Yes, right.
So I don't know. That's a little weird. Yeah, and she points out that, even the kinds of bullets were kind of had a racist undertone because Blackburn, who's white, was shot with a shotgun, but Foster got the cyanide tip bullets, which she says means he never had a chance. I saw people say that the actual amount of cyanide in the cyanide bullets is not wasn't sufficient to actually kill somebody with it. But it was I know last time somebody was asking the chat, like, where the hell did they get cyanide tipped bullets from? That sounds so sus. And I mean, it is a sus like signature, but according to Patty, they made it themselves. Like
I guess you can. Yeah, right. It's like make it relatively easily, right?
Yeah, they would drill. I guess it's kind of dangerous because you're drilling close to gunpowder. But like you drill a little hole cavity in the top of a bullet, and then you put a little potassium cyanide in it, and then you seal it with paraffin wax. That was their method, and of course they were incredibly proud of like this signature. And believe they left a box of ammunition of cyanide tipped rounds in the Hearst Stephen Weed house that was then discovered by the police, which is, it just shows you that I think they wanted very much to be identified as the kidnappers.
Right. And in terms of where they got the cyanide itself from,
it was Robin Steiner. Was it Robin Steiner allegedly helped them get it?
Oh, interesting.
But
right.
maybe Nancy
I thought it was
got
Nancy
some?
Ling Perry. Yeah, because she had been, right? She obtained it.
She had studied
from
chemistry
a former employer.
briefly.
Yeah, right. That's what I had read somewhere. Let me see if that's true.
Mm-hmm.
SLA cyanide. I don't know what I'm going to find.
There basically is a story behind how they were able to, procure cyanide and do it themselves.
Yeah, they. I guess they had stolen it from a laboratory, apparently.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, it was Steiner. In her own account, she said that she stole it. Yeah.
Yeah. Russell also mentions that the so-called August 7th guerrilla movement, which claimed credit for shooting down an Oakland police helicopter and killing 2 Oakland cops in December 1973. Remember the SLA? Patty's like they're not involved with the August 7th movement, and they're not shooting down helicopters. Mae Brussel calls them a fictitious police front. The NTSB, she says, Hughes Aircraft, and local authorities said it would have been impossible for radicals to have caused these deaths. The purpose of these feats of violence in California, bragged about by people who are unknown even to the FBI and local police, is to spread the illusion that multiple terrorists are hiding among us, trying to create chaos and disrupt our daily lives. So I think in her thing, it's like the helicopter crashed due to mechanical problems, and then a fictitious, totally unheard of group issued a communique being like, we shot down those pigs, and then just created like an illusion. And then the SLA gets involved being like, we disagree with like shooting down a helicopter. That's not good.
Exactly.
But
that can fall on the people.
You make it fall on the people. No. Yeah, exactly. So, but kind of like validating the existence of such a group, which I guess wasn't really, unless it was just another name for the New World Liberation Front, which was also a nebulous title that various people adopted. So she goes on more to talk about she does say something interesting here that addresses Russ Little and Joe Ramiro, and Russ Little's the one who claps back at her. So The interviewer says, the way Ramiro and Little were captured seemed strange to me. They were driving around and around in a van at 2 o'clock in the morning until a policeman came along and stopped them. They told them they were looking for the home of Mr. and Mrs. Devoto. May says, they had SLA literature inside the van. Russ Little drove away in the van, and he was captured by police. Little had ID papers indicating that his name was Robert James Scalise. That was the name of a child who died of leukemia in Oakland in 1953. Joe Ramiro ran off and she alleges, made it to his house a few blocks away. Ramiro was also using an alias. The house had been rented by Ramiro himself, under the name George Devoto. According to one newspaper account, Ramiro conferred with several other people in the house for several hours about what to do. One of the people in the house may have been Donald DeFries. The police were in the area looking for Ramiro, but they did not come to the house. The group inside the safe house agreed to, quote, sacrifice Ramiro. He left the house to meet the police in the area. At the time, he wore a gun around his waist, which was alleged to be the same gun that was used to kill Dr. Foster. The question is, since Ramiro knew he ran a strong chance of being captured if he went outside the house, why would he wear the murder weapon? Yeah, that's what I asked. Like, that's so bizarre if he did go inside the house. Like, or you think he could even ditch it if he was hiding somewhere. Like, I don't know. There was a similar incident in the Watergate case where, they put like obvious tape on the door and like kind of almost seemed like they wanted to get caught. So they ask, do you think they were out to get busted? May says, it might be. Having two self-confessed soldiers in jail gave the SLA more reality. It also linked the fictitious SLA to the prisons, calling attention to problems which would be used to bring down more repressions upon innocent prisoners later. This actually does strike me as a little odd that I hadn't really seen clocked. After Ramiro and Little were arrested, they were put directly into San Quentin, a state prison, without being tried or convicted. This is completely unheard of. Nobody goes into a prison that way. Normally, accused prisoners are held in a jail. One of the big motives behind the Hearst conspiracy was to involve radical prisoners and to suggest that those men, although behind bars, were having some influence on the violence in the streets. The script originally read that supposedly vicious black prisoners would avenge Foster's death by killing Ramiro and Little while they were housed on death row. But prisoners sometimes show more compassion toward their comrades, black and white, than prison guards and intelligence agencies want to believe. They all got along and helped each other. The government underestimates the intelligence of prisoners, hippies, and minority group members. When Ramiro and Little found themselves in San Quentin, they realized what was going on. They were chained up at night. They were dragged past the gas chamber on a special tour and were carried off by 3 carloads of FBI men for 2 hours to a secret meeting place without their lawyers present. Instead of being killed, Ramiro and Little began to get an education. They ended up in the cells of some very educated and intelligent men up on death row who understood what was happening and who could sit and rap with them. A very aware prisoner who is kept in one of the isolation cells in San Quentin has said, quote, my keepers put 2 people back here with me. The Foster mess, you dig? Anyway, they are some beautiful people, and there was no reason at all for the establishment to take them out of the adjustment center and put them up here, in the quiet cells of all places. The officials don't like it, really, because all of us get along so good with each other. But you know how that goes. When Ramiro and Little realized they had become patsies and that they had been used, they tried to get a message across to DeFries, release Patty Hearst. Ramiro and Little may have realized that the whole SLA idea, the murder and the kidnapping, had been staged under the direction of intelligence agents. Lee Harvey Oswald recognized he was being framed 24 hours after his arrest. He lived only long enough to say, I am a patsy, and I didn't kill anybody. Ramiro and Little wanted to prevent the climax of the plot from taking place, the murder of Patty Hearst. They got the message through in spite of official obstacles. So they ask, are you saying there's no such thing as the SLA? And she says, the SLA army was a fabrication of the CIA to make a small group of people believe they had the support of radicals behind them and could become heroes. I think that's actually kind of there's a very on point read, I think, to that. This entire production has been staged to create the impression that all clandestine intelligence operations planned separately in India, the Philippines, Ethiopia, South America, Africa, Mexico, etc. are one united radical front. Some kidnappings actually do take place for political reasons. This has not yet happened inside the USA. The Hearst kidnapping can be recognized for what it is by the methods it uses. They are all part of every past CIA operation. There's a tendency to simplify the culprits, such as trying to blame the CIA alone for the Watergate affair or other political assassinations and conspiracies. The fact is that the Pentagon, all branches of the armed forces, and the combined intelligence agencies work together in these plots. Extermination, murder, brain mutilation, electrode implants, and torture are nothing but a continuation of policies begun in Nazi Germany and imported into the U.S. after World War II. America is basically a racist country. It is obvious that we do not intend to utilize one of our greatest resources, our minorities, in the system. Because the intelligence agency is responsible for their links with known Nazis, I blame them for the zombie killings and California murders, as well as other mass murders across the nation. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the gist. That they ask her kind of like what would be the purpose of creating the SLA. She says the overriding fear of the ruling class is that underdeveloped nations and third world people have begun to demand that attention be paid to their basic needs such as food, health, and education. At the same time, the population explosion means that more people must be provided for by the small handful that makes up the ruling class. To maintain power and what some people consider a, quote, fair degree of profit from their investments, whether in oil, minerals, industry, or agriculture, the elimination of large masses of population would mean they would have fewer people to deal with. The average person would not permit or condone genocide, gas chambers, mass extermination, unless he felt personally threatened. Terror is purposely spread in the communities by pitting blacks against blacks, blacks against whites, Chicanos against blacks and whites, young against old, prisoners against the communities on the outside. Decreasing the population by drastic measures instigated through fear begins to seem feasible and even desirable. Oh my God. Yeah, yeah. She says there's a target date for this plan, which is 1976. Again, yeah, didn't exactly happen in that amount of time, but it does give you a little chill to think about today. Like, I don't think the fundamental mindset of much of the ruling class would disagree with by the way they talk now, especially with the beautiful AI coming, where they finally could automate a lot of our labor away. And then what do they need all these people for? Oh, I won't go to these. Sorry. You can see the adult section that takes up half the bar there.
Right, of course, yeah.
But anyways,
that's
yeah.
how they subsidize their groundbreaking content.
Yeah, it's no good. It's no good. But yeah, so you see there, like she's got a thesis that this plugs into pretty much, like, she doesn't call it this, but Gladio kind of agent provocateur operations, like a psyop and a provocation to tar the left, and right.
I mean, going back to what we were talking about a little bit before, I tracked down, I couldn't remember where I found it, but I did track it down. It's from, I don't think this is like an officially LaRouche affiliated group, although I think that this guy, he was kind of a LaRouche in his own right, and he seems to have very like LaRouche-esque views. Sherman Skolnick.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know Sherman Skolnick. I've read a lot of his work, actually. He's he's an interesting like another one of these alternative media muckrakers, like an old school like conspiracy. He was from Chicago. He was, I think, in a wheelchair. And he was like, he got a couple of judges like sent to prison for like exposing their corruption in the 70s.
This is published in like his newsletter for the Citizens Committee to Clean Up the Courts. It's this also has an erroneous date where it's well, actually, wait a minute, this is interesting. This is like dated actually on it to 1970, which maybe this very odd. Hold on, maybe that is like a blurry date or something, but it looks like a zero. Maybe that's what led to the error, because this can't be from 1970, although it does really look like a zero. Maybe that's a typographical error. Anyway, so he has this, it says SLA is CIA. The Symbionese Liberation Army, SLA, is made up primarily of government-paid agent provocateurs. Many of them from the Midwest included are Angela Atwood, maiden name Angela DeAngelis, now supposedly separated, home 16 Linda Vista Avenue, North Haledon, New Jersey. Gary Dean Atwood, home Route 2, Crestview Drive, Newcastle, Indiana. Emily Harris, originally from 112 Chicago Avenue, Clarendon Hills, Illinois, suburb of Chicago. Parents, Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Schwartz. Emily is married to William Taylor Harris. Parents, Jerry A. and Betty Bonnell, 3013 Woodland Lane, Carmel, Indiana.
Okay.
I don't know why that's so important. Training. Emily William Harris and Angela Atwood were trained at the CIA think tank College of Foreign Affairs, University of Indiana, Bloomington, Indiana. All three went on to work as a mod squad, setting up narcotics arrests for the intelligence division.
I'm glad you found this, because I was wondering who Mae Brussels says this in her Realist article in the summer, but I was wondering who originally came out with the idea that the little not the Littles, the Harrises and Angela Atwood were like narcs in Indiana, and they went to this like CIA connected, kind of a CIA feeder like grad school, I think, at the University of Indiana.
Yeah, the college. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like it might have been a like an undergraduate program, but maybe, I don't know, maybe it was graduate.
I think it was. I don't think they went to grad. They did become teachers for a little while, the Harrises.
I mean,
but,
yeah, like
okay.
it's kind of funny to call like even if they were studying international relations or foreign affairs, which is kind of a sus undergraduate major as those things go, like. Yeah. To call it a CIA think tank is a bit of a stretch, but okay. The purported head of the SLA is Donald David DeFries, also known as Cinque Defries, Donald John DeFries, Donald DeFrez, Don DeFriel, David DeFries, Donald DeFries, David Kenneth Robinson, Stephen Robinson, Donald David Thomas, Sin Q. As a bargaining lever to get out of numerous criminal charges against him, DeFries began informing on the police, blah, blah, blah. You know, he just goes through the kind of case against DeFries. He became an informant, et cetera. But the angle that, he talks about the Glass House tapes and Ron Karenga and all of these things, he goes down this whole list. He talks about Vacaville and Colston Westbrook, and then he talks about Evel Younger. Then this is item number 5, the Hearst family as a target. People will remember that it was the Hearst newspaper chain, now much smaller, that led the attack on the Rockefellers in the 1940s.
Oh, my God.
For example, the Hearst-owned Los Angeles Examiner was one of the few papers in the U.S. to point out on September 12, 1948, that the atomic secrets were not stolen but given away. This was in reference to the secret testimony of former FBI agent Lawrence Curley before a congressional committee. Curley's testimony showed the Rockefellers were active in seeing to it that the atomic secrets were given to the Soviets in the early 1940s before the U.S. had completed its first atomic bomb. Curley was head of a 200-man FBI team tracking top-level Soviet secret police agents in the U.S. He was ordered by the State Department not to arrest them, even though they were about to leave the U.S. with atomic samples and atomic secrets. The implication that the Alger Hiss case was cut short. The implications, that the Alger Hiss case was cut short. Thanks to the chief investigator, Richard M. Nixon, and to supply scapegoats, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, were framed and sent to the electric chair in 1953. Angry, Curley and 30 other FBI agents resigned. He went on to become a writer for the Hearst-owned New York Journal American. The Rockefellers, principal force behind the start of the CIA, launched financial and other attacks on the Journal American and other Hearst papers, many of them folding up. In 1973, Hearst Corporation, through their Avon Books division, brought out the first attacks on the CIA, the Glass House tapes.
Oh my God! It was part. Oh wow! Yeah, actually, I love it. He's a dog. He's a dog on a bone, like Sherman Skull. Like watch the fuck out if you get in his sights. Like he's.
Yes. Yeah. There has been a raging battle in the CIA's super elitist and gangster-dominated dirty tricks department. Hearst's problem is that since about the 1910s, his business relied upon gangsters. Patty Hearst, apparently brainwashed, has been sucked into the SLA through her former teacher and boyfriend, Stephen Weed, believed to be himself a government agent provocateur.
Oh,
like
my God.
In the 1940s, the FBI is getting in the middle. They obviously know what their competitor, the CIA, is doing in the SLA. Prior to the Patty Hearst kidnapping, quote-unquote kidnapping, the FBI knew of the plan to abduct her. As a result, the FBI does not push too hard in this SLA case. The Hearst family is well aware of these details, but does nothing about it. To try to extricate their daughter, they are offering a so-called reward for data leading to her safe return. Purpose, to lay the groundwork for martial law in the United States. The CIA, through their apparatus, the SLA, is engaging in illegal domestic violence in this country.
Damn.
Yeah.
It is funny to think about the different factions. We talked a little bit about like maybe the kind of LAPD or like the CCS or like Evel Younger's office and the FBI like might not have. There's some evidence that like the California state law enforcement and the FBI were not always on like exactly the same page.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that would make sense, I guess. Yeah.
Classic bureaucratic like rivalry. And then if the CIA is like lurking somewhere in the mix, or military intelligence, and then even in the CIA, you have a Nixon faction and a Rockefeller faction. It can get very messy.
Right.
And then the Hearst, like, this is an intergenerational feud between the Hearst and the Rockefeller.
Yeah, right. I mean, you could see. I mean, I guess that's one narrative. I was gonna say, the other way you could see it is that, like, you could say it's like a collateral damage for having groups like that out there. But like on the whole, like these people, like they aren't like unlike the bank tellers, unlike the like workaday people who are like in the line of fire. Like most of the people who are like who would be kind of making decisions about whether to sort of encourage the existence of these groups like aren't going to be in the line of fire or really going to be concerned about this at all. But you could also, not to say that necessarily the Hearsts were personally complicit, but she is kind of a she's quote unquote anyone's daughter. She represents this kind of
there's a
class
symbolic
American family. So
aspect if anything,
she's not the typical person who'd be swept up in it, but it could be an intergenerational family war. So they actually were targeted specifically.
Well, yeah. Even if the Hearsts weren't like complicit in it, they were picked especially out to be. To be messed with. I mean, we can't forget that also, like, two of the Rockefeller, maybe we've got to read that David Horowitz, expose about the Rockefellers, but like two of the Rockefellers, Abby and Marion, who lived in Berkeley, were like kind of lefty quasi-Marxists that were supportive of things like ramparts and other things like that. You could see, like, sometimes the narcissism of small differences, like a lot of the social upheavals and stuff in the 60s were not just like a CIA psyop like against people, but also a way to like jockey for more power over like more influence in American society to like direct it in certain ways to achieve certain ends. Like people, in a way, people are being like manipulated or puppeteered as part of like a larger chess game that was like invisible to most people. Like, for example, like if the Rockefellers or like the Mellon Hitchcocks, well, they were directly involved literally in the mass manufacturing of LSD and like financing the kind of religious mystical movement around it, right? Like Billy Mellon Hitchcock. Actually, if you look through the Berkeley Barb, the number one story before Patty Hearst gets kidnapped in 1974 that they're following week to week is the acid trial, where remember we talked about this in Contra 7, how the expose of Castle Bank, I think, started when they found some bank account like in Marin that was it was one of the more obscure like acid dealers that kind of has like vanished from, but eventually led to Nick Sand and Tim Scully like getting arrested. And then Billy Mellon Hitchcock, the heir who funded all this stuff, turned government snitch and like testified against all of them for immunity. So like that's what was going on in early 1974, where these guys were, trying not to get sent to jail for a super long time for manufacturing like, millions of doses of LSD, and Billy Mellon the Berkeley Bar was a little pissed that Billy Mellon Hitchcock, like the rich kid, just gets to like waltz off and like go back to being rich, and all these people are fucked, etc.
I mean, in terms of like these wealthy heirs involved in radical politics, like it's funny to wonder, like, is there some kind of like intergenerational like Cox like Hunt feud like that like underlies like the sort of orientations of like
even today
exactly
so,
like this is really just like some deep like family thing that like goes back.
The Hatfield McCoy thing is like a distraction, but what about like the Vanderbilt versus Van Rensselaer like feud of like somebody from the opposing faction got like David Crosby addicted to heroin as revenge against the Rensselaers or something. The Van Rensselaers. Maybe it'd be good to read here, since we just dipped our toe into like some of that noited discourse, to read the response from an SLA member themselves. In this case, Russ Little. This is from, I think, like the next week's issue. I'll put it up here. This is from May 5th, so about like 2 weeks after the bank robbery, the May 3rd through 9th issue. Sorry. And kind of an interesting, you can see here, like the terrifying 7-headed cobra looming over Patty. This is actually an interesting pairing of articles. One is by the famous prison rights activist who I think was wrongly put into jail for under like some COINTELPRO cooked up bullshit. Martin Sostre. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But this is like a very like I support the SLA article. Armed struggle, natural response to fascist rule. So he wrote this from prison. But first, let's look at solution is revolution, says Little. And this is Russ Little's clapback to May Brussel. The following letter, broadcast recently on KPFA, is from SLA member Russ Little. He replies to recent speculations and criticisms of the SLA, including May Brussel's recent comments in Barb, which I just read. Okay, so this is what Russ Little says in reaction. The SLA communiques have touched on all the points she makes about pig provocateurs, about JFK and Martin Luther King, and the onslaught of outrun fascism. I really question her trying to put the SLA into the pigs conspiracy. It seems that the politicos, the opportunist, revisionist cowards, are willing to go to any extent to confuse the people. Fascism is here. It's more obvious every day. The politicos admit it. But when some people get tired of watching the dying, imprisoning, etc., and do something, they're provocateurs, patsies. Repression breeds resistance. The cowards keep turning it around. Why? Because they talk about repression, they read about it, they're experts on government conspiracies, internal and external, but they don't feel repression, and they want to put that material experience off as long as they can. They say, do nothing. Don't encourage the pigs like they need it. Don't engage in revolutionary violence. Just go ahead and die a slow death. Don't bring the pigs down on us. We're white. Fuck them. Okay? If Sing-Q and the SLA are patsies, why did they expose Colston Westbrook as a real pig agent? This is folded, so I can't see what it says. Something about programs and something on a nationwide basis. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if
maybe they like. Why did they introduce like food programs or something? Maybe that's.
Or
what
maybe
they're
it's
asking,
about like the criticizing the Vacaville, like something like that. Yeah, he goes on one hand, she's saying, I'm well known in the Department of Corrections. On the other hand, I'm a patsy who realizes it after experiencing prison conditions and being with revolutionary prisoners. I have no doubt I know more about the California prison system, Jonathan's and George's deaths, the BPP, than she ever will, and I knew it before I was taken to the AC, Adjustment Center. That is why we were taken there. The cowards have two lines. One, if something is unsuccessful, it is adventurous. Two, if it is successful, it's a government conspiracy to bring down the heat on them. They won't admit that revolutionary violence is necessary, is practical. It works. Everywhere else, outside the USA, they praise freedom fighters. They talk of how when it's time, they'll be ready. Spontaneous, well-trained revolutionary guerrillas. They talk, and wonder why no one listens except their white political buddies, or white politico buddies. They are hypocritical liberals, counter-revolutionary punks who spout leftist rhetoric when they're absolutely sure nothing will come of it. But if something does happen, they'll attack the hell out of it, do the pigs' work. They're unpaid volunteer agents trying to lead the people quietly to the gas chambers. They disgust me. Next, they'll be saying the BLA, Weather Underground, Black Guerrilla Family, San Quentin 6 are all being controlled by the CIA. What stupid shit. They call the proven freedom fighters government agents. The unity among the underground brothers, the politicos, the unity among the underground bothers the politicos at least as much as the pigs. Sure, it's an international conspiracy, with freedom fighters all part of an international proletarian revolutionary movement, and we're winning. We've never met, but we do know each other. We have the same enemy, suffer the same setbacks, enjoy the same victories, die by the same U.S. grade A bullets. I'm not going to try to expose any more of her lies and contradictions. It's a waste of time. She's so sure of the omnipotent, all-powerful pigs. She can't believe that they fucked up, that real revolutionaries actually escaped from prison, that they managed to hide, survive, build, it's a cutoff again, something leaders, that they could act successfully, powerfully, but you can bet your ass one thing, the pigs believe it. They're scared shitless. They tremble at the thought of the rage, the intelligence, the dragons locked down in their adjustment centers, holes, and strip cells. The politicos know. They won't admit it because they enjoy reading Marx and Lenin, smoking weed, and lying around in the sun too much. Too bad for the spoiled brats. Take care. Send our love and regards to the comrades. Do whatever you want with this. Seize the time, Russ. So he comes out hard. I mean,
yeah.
I will say that I'm not sure about. May might have corrected this info later by the summer of '74, but yeah, I wasn't so sure about her assertion that since Ramiro and Little had gone to jail, they had realized that they were part of some like sus plot and were kind of trying to like de-escalate. Like all the stuff that they're doing in jail and all their statements, for the most part, are very like right on. Like we're SLA soldiers, etc. The one thing is that when they put the arrest warrant out on Robin Steiner, I do believe that Ramiro and Little like submit a gentle critique of like Sin-Q, and say that like she actually hasn't collaborated with the FBI. She hasn't been talking to them. Like, you should reconsider the death warrant you put on her, blah, blah, blah. But he doesn't seem bothered that Sin-Q and the SLA exposed Colston Westbrook as a real pig agent. Like, he's not saying, like, I don't think in his subsequent communique that he said that, oh, you shouldn't kill Colston Westbrook.
Right.
Whatever. They also, they almost escaped. Like, that's a little bit later in kind of the SLA phase 2, but like they actually almost escaped from, I think, the Alameda County like jail at some point by stabbing a guard in the neck with a pen and then like wrestling his keys loose and unlocking themselves and going for the weapons cabinet. And like I think the cops rushed in just as Ramiro was like taking out like a carbine and like about to load it, and they like tackled him. But like if they had been like 10 seconds later, Little and Ramiro would have been armed with like like assault rifles and perhaps been able to like shoot their way out of a crazy thing would have ensued. So like they definitely were playing up being like hardcore and like about it. They weren't acting like, wow, we were like misled or lied to or something, like they were more or less like down. But nonetheless, I mean, I don't know. Like the other SLA members will kind of start to come out. I think Bill Harris, Tico, calls them like drugged out conspiracy freaks or pimping the people with ridiculous tales of Sin-Q being a Fed, like, being a pig police agent, and like that's ridiculous. Like, how dare these people like say this? Like they're he doesn't name Mae Brussel by name, but he's obviously talking about her and Don Freed and probably Paul Krasner as well. They're very like fuck all that, but I don't know. At the same time, this natural response to fascist rule, like they say that basically, like the left should be behind the SLA. Like they should. The SLA is the armed resistance of the people to the exploitive, racist, and sexist fascism which is now upon us. All resistors of oppression, on whatever level or conscience they may be, should rejoice at SLA's existence, at their successful deeds, and the fear they put in the hearts of the criminal ruling class. It's therefore the duty of us all to support, by all means necessary, our SLA comrades. We must close ranks with them and give them the support they need. Let's not fall for the malicious lies spread by agents of the FBI about the SLA, which are designed to isolate SLA from the people to make it easier to capture or murder them. I have carefully studied the Declaration of Revolutionary War and the Symbionese program of the Symbionese Federation and the Symbionese Liberation Army and find it generally sound. It incorporates much of our historical revolutionary experience. I believe the Symbionese Liberation Army has one of the most advanced revolutionary programs for liberation in operation within the United States of America. The SLA represents the greatest challenge to fascist power because it objectifies the nucleus of the People's Army, which, as history shows, is necessary to deliver the death blow to the military arm of the fascist parasitic class. Your comrade in struggle, Martin Sostre, Federal Detention Headquarters, New York. Ooh, yeah, that guy got like an award from Amnesty International, I think, in like 1973 as like a prisoner of conscience. So kind of like well respected, you know, like even by the kind of liberal, you know, prison reform kind of movement type people. But he's going hard, you know. So once again, the Berkeley Barb's kind of swinging a little bit back. Like one week it's Conspiracy Hour with Mae Brussel. The next week they're like, yeah, on the other hand, right on. Like, you know, yeah. So I don't know. It's interesting kind of back and forth like coverage. But I guess, you know, the fact that they get away does kind of raise their clout again. And the fact that Tanya has seemed to join them, you know, is a big thing.
Further into May, there are some more statements from Little and Ramiro, and then some other like really like right on statements about the SLA, which you know, from like the Weather Underground and such, like that'll are interesting to read. Yeah, it is. I mean, you can see like the same thing kind of happening now, you know. You can see like the same dynamics really are at play with like the left, and it's kind of sad in a way because like it does reveal like how much of it is like does have to do with those kind of face games and like that kind of you know kind of like status jockeying, and like it's, you know, ultimately like all these people who are like, yeah, you know, the SLA is like the vanguard of the revolution, like nothing like even came of that, you know, even though like that might have been like destructive and counterproductive. Like it's not like that, you know, anything they actually were serious even, you know, they were just like kind of posturing and like you know, making a show of like how hardcore they were in their like little underground papers to other leftists. But like they, you know, once the SLA was stamped out, or like even before, like it's not like the sort of you know, the million little SLA cells popped up or anything.
Right. Like the different heads of the Cobra went off and became new Cobras, and then you know that, which I guess was the idea that some of the people had, some of the heavier people like in prison even had an idea of I forget which one it was, but they had this idea that like there would be a core group that would break out, they would do one action, and they would split into like 3-person teams and move to different cities and recruit like a new full cell. And then after a while, like a couple of successful actions, those cells would break off into like new 3-person teams, and then it would just sort of like multiply like that. But they didn't get that far. Or maybe, you know, certain authorities decided that like the game had gone on long enough, and I don't know. But first, you know, they had to escape.
Like it's certainly, again, like like because you just have all this like hard, intense rhetoric out there, where like literally you have that guy Tactics, right? Like appealing to the underground press, like, oh, you want to know like how deep this goes? Just look at the underground press, right? And like really, it is just this kind of like circuitous like discourse that you know, this kind of circular discourse that doesn't really like actually like produce anything, and is just kind of like like performing for one another, and they play right into the hands of people who are trying to portray this as like, you know, this like threat to our nation. And if you look at then like the people who were, you know, like when they said like in the bank robbery, I mean, it really does like say everything, that they were like afraid of the SLA, right? The people who were like that, like, oh, if we tell you like who we are, if you were in the press, the SLA is going to come after us. Because like, first of all, that is kind of how the SLA behaved, right? Where their like targets were oddly selected, right? Like maybe the one like somewhat understandable or sympathetic idea that they had was like the People in Need program. I mean, I would say that was, you know, generally an understandable idea, right? Like, or, you know, sympathetic idea, and that did earn them a lot of support. But other than that, like, like Marcus Foster, like these kind of petty grievances of people who like they imagined had betrayed them, you know, like were their main focus. And it's like, well, even if that were the case, like I feel like that is not like priority number one. No one's like really even robbing banks. Like you should. I would think like they're Anyway,
you get the sense that they
we
did
don't support violence at all. Obviously,
right. Yeah, but there was no like they did need the money. On the other hand, I think a huge motivator for robbing the bank was to be captured on the surveillance cameras to show like Patty Hearst engaging in a hardcore revolutionary action. Of robbing a bank and getting that. There's a funny line though. I found in some of those like TV interviews that I don't know who this must have been some cop talking in Oakland or Berkeley, but he gives like a long interview about like what the tactical response is going to be. I think this is after the bank robbery, and when they've lost their trail again, they don't know if they're still up in the bay or not. But he keeps repeating several times, like he goes like, this isn't even like a real revolutionary group like Martin Luther King or the union activists that fought for certain rights for their workers. They're not even that type of revolutionary. These are either just confused college kids and jailbirds who think that using violence and intimidation is the way to affect social change. So we have to put the mark of the outlaw on them. And then we're going to do that first. And then we have like a strike force that, the same, it's modeled after the one that drove Eldridge Cleaver out of California, he says, legally and constitutionally in about 7 months. When he was training young kids to file off the serial numbers on guns and use bombs against police. So we're going to do that, and we got to put the mark of the outlaw on this type of behavior. And I'm just like, what the fuck is the mark? What is this cowboy justice like mark of the outlaw like thing? Where I guess he means to like delegitimize it as a valid form of political action.
Exactly,
they're just bandits. Like they're not true. Which was
even though like having the mark of the outlaw kind of sounds cool.
It does sound badass.
It sounds like an epic western that like would be like great.
Giving them that Robin Hood
mark of the outlaw. I can hear the song now.
Yeah, there is a kind of like a schizo, like a Batman needs Joker kind of thing of like they want to crush them, but at the same time, the image that the SLA is cutting for themselves does have certain benefits for the pigs, like, and for the law enforcement and like conservative power structure, people like Reagan and Abel Younger, like it kind of fits their right-wing anti-communist like fantasies that they're trying to sell to sort of normie people about these crazy leftists and just like how out of control they are. And
well, and I think like even beyond like the kind of like domestic gladio like angle to it, I think that there is like also like there's a kind of like automatic there's a level at which people psyop themselves, I think, because like when there is like a discourse that is like so hegemonic and powerful, you see this in all sorts of different contexts, but like when there's a discourse that's so hegemonic and powerful that's kind of propagandistic and based on like kind of dehumanizing and caricaturing a certain tendency or group, then like weirdly that group actually starts to like believe in that like image of like that's how they're supposed to behave. Like a real leftist group would do all these things.
Yes.
That like we would like be like savage. We would have no like compunction about like killing innocent people. We would shoot cyanide bullets at bank tellers or something. Like we would kill people wantonly. Like we would like relish murdering civilians, like that's like what is
it's kind of like being baited into a face game with like the authorities, the reactionary authorities, so that you can be like, like I do sacrifice kids, like or something like that, like we do kill, like we love killing, and it's like,
well,
you can get kind of negatively polarized into being like, that's good.
It kind of reminds me of like Muslims like who like kind of atomize like modern Western Muslims who like see like Orientalist paintings and stuff like that and think like that's our history, something like that. And they're like, oh, that's cool. Like back when we had those scimitars and back, like and stuff like that. It's like that was never real. That's like a racist fantasy,
Yeah. Or to use like it's a little bit like somebody like taking the sort of like John Birch line that like Mao deliberately killed like 150 million of his own people on purpose, and somebody who like identifies as a Maoist being like, he did and it was good, instead of being like, oh, that's like an imperialist lie, like there, he didn't like actually like direct the killing of, it's like there was a famine, there were mistakes made, but like he wasn't trying to like murder, and that number is just pulled out of your ass and it's fake. Kind of they're like Stalin like deliberately killed like a bajillion Ukrainians like on purpose, like kind of instead of being like, yeah, he did and it was good. It's like that's like falling into a little bit of a trap, like the sicko trap.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Just because you want to meet their challenge and be like, I'm not backing down. So like, yeah, and in some cases, like there is maybe a time and a place to, it's like if somebody was like whining about how like Nazi officers like got like shot at the end of World War II, and it's like, oh, they did, and that would be a case where I'd be like, well, like, the war they did a genocide. Like, I'm sorry, like,
I mean, actually, what a good example is? I actually was this is just something I saw on Twitter, but I think it captures mentality very well. There was some one of these zillion tendencies on Twitter that was like posting like the training montage of Ivan Drago from the fourth Rocky movie.
Okay.
And
yeah,
kind of making like a communist hype edit out of this. And someone like quote tweeted it and said like, oh, these are like fascist aesthetics, blah, blah. And someone was like, you leftists would hate like communist propaganda, like it's one of those things like communism versus leftism, which is like anyway, whatever. But you would hate it if you saw like real communist propaganda, like it's always like a blonde haired, blue eyed, like kind of being like you're like woke, you're dysgenic or whatever, stupid like fight. And like and observing this, like not really having any like stake in the actual argument that people are having on the stupid meme, like I'm thinking like, well, that is not communist propaganda, that's anti-communist propaganda. That's one of the most anti-communist like slop movies I can think of.
Absolutely.
Like, and Ivan Drago in that movie, I recall, is depicted as like a technoid, like kind of Superman who takes steroids and trains in this if anything,
he's like a slave.
The working class, like the representation of the working class in that film is Rocky, even though he is like an American capitalist millionaire who lives in a mansion.
a multi-millionaire prize fighter.
Exactly. Yeah. He like, he's like lifting up like, buckets of water to train and stuff like that. Or like training in the snow and like punching meat.
Yeah.
And Ivan Drago.
I mean, they even have Ivan Drago steroids, like execute like the great hero of like black capitalism, Apollo Creed, like, and really, if he dies, he dies. So somehow like he's the racist, but like, Rocky from the white ethnic from Philadelphia is like completely woke. But yeah, no.
But now you have like American. This is like the kind of like delusion and like the kind of like atomization and like complete like lost status where we have like American communists and leftists like looking at this clip from Rocky IV, which like again another movie that just sucks.
Yeah.
And like admiring this and thinking like, wow, like I wish we were back in the days of communism. Like that is literally an anti-communist caricature.
Yeah, it's like doing a Red Dawn hype edit with like Russian funk like playing as like the Russian
exactly.
Soviet paratroopers like descend.
They parachuted in the back and just shot up the
teacher.
Classroom.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
The edits? Like, why are you a communist? The edits?
Right.
Like, yeah, but that's an unfortunate thing to happen. I'm actually surprised more that the Symbionese Liberation Army, because let's be real, they did have a style, like the seven-headed cobra flag, like it has a little pizzazz on it. I'm kind of, it's interesting that I haven't seen more like kind of ultra leftist types that might be susceptible to that kind of thing, like reclaim the SL. I'm not saying anybody should do that, all right, but like punk bands for years would often sample like Randy Hurst saying like death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people, and shit like that, as a kind of ironic, I guess comedians, I think Schreiber notes that like stand-up comics in San Francisco started ironically appropriating Up Against the Wall Motherfucker and Death to the Fascist Insect, in like their comedy bits, like and just like you can see Robin Williams doing it, but there was an element of like funny ness to it.
I mean, I wouldn't be like, I haven't seen it, but I almost feel certain that like it does exist out there, like the people who are like, the SLA was right out, like still, they must exist, like they're out there on the internet somewhere.
Somewhere. Exactly. But yeah, we're probably at the end of time today, so we haven't been able to, well, I guess next up we want to talk about, there is I'm sure you might be able to find some interesting tidbits about it, but they do receive assistance like in their final days in San Francisco after somewhat like insanely Donald DeFreeze is like we need somebody to help us and like, you know, get us, like secure us an apartment and a car or whatever, and he's like, I'm gonna go around the neighborhood knocking on doors and be like, hello, I'm General Field Marshal Q of the SLA. Could you help us? And they like apparently actually did this, and then they came to a house of where some black Muslims lived, and finally they were like, oh my god, it's Sing Q, like the Sing Q, oh my god, and they do help them out. Like they literally like help keep them safe and like are big fans of the SLA. You know, in a way, like they bring their children over to like sing like Swahili songs, and then they say that like they don't want like any pigs to overhear like them speaking kindly about the SLA in their house. So the code name for Sing Q is Jesus. You know, and a couple brothers come over and help them buy some used cars, and I think they secure for them like a warehouse in Bayview Hunters Point where they dress up in like theatrical blackface to like drive over to, you know, it's a black neighborhood, and then, you know, stay inside of this warehouse for a while, and they buy them, I think they give them some money from the bank robbery to go out and buy like a used car. And so then they do that for them, you know, like register. And then I think they buy like 2 cars, and then I think he says like you can keep, you know, the second one, like with the money we give you or whatever. And that is how they break what Bill Harris, Tico, calls the massive pig encirclement that descends upon them in the San Francisco Bay Area, and make it down to my new adoptive hometown of Los Angeles, which is a different world. You know, as loud and as sneaky as the piggery is up in the Bay Area, we've already covered a little bit of the LAPD. This is a notorious police department, especially in these years, and they definitely have a mandate to hunt and, you know, to search and destroy the SLA if they come on their radar, which eventually they do. But that's you know, that's another huge twist point of the story. What happens in Los Angeles? I think maybe next time we'll crack into that, because that also becomes another like very mediated, like spectacular TV event. You know, it's actually kind of the final shootout of the SLA 6. That is one of the first times that there was a live streamed, like with satellite link, like a live streamed like news event, you know, violent confrontation, you know, unfolding in real time on the evening news. Something that we would all be, in our post 9/11 world, would become very, very familiar with. But this was one of the first rollouts, as well as a little thing called the SWAT teams, right? Like this is one of the first debuts. It actually leads to like a national clamor among police departments. Like they all want a SWAT team after seeing what they do in Los Angeles, which is pretty dark, you know, pretty fascist.
Right.
But yeah, I guess let me see. I'm going to bring here. Oh yeah, I'll play the rest of the post-robbery. Oh wait, no, that's April 3rd. Sorry, I'll bring up. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I will play the rest of this, because then we'll get the national anthem of the SLA. You know, it's only fitting that we play that again. But yeah. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll be back on Patreon, I think on Monday, to continue this for part 6. And yeah, shit's gonna get real heavy. But until then, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.
now on, however, since this pressure point no longer exists, the fascist and corporate military state, via the media, will lie about and disclose any information concerning the SLA. They will do this, 1, in retaliation for being put in a position that required them to print everything, 2, to try to isolate us from the people, and 3, to discourage the people from joining the forces. Therefore, the people must watch and listen with keen perception. We will speak to you through action. Analyze these actions carefully, making sure to recognize when the enemy is in the disguise of revolutionaries. They will do anything to stop the rising of the people, including killing their own kind and blaming the people's forces under the pretense of a race war. Remember that the SLA was born from the spirit of the people. The SLA is the people's army, and we fight in their interests. The SLA will never compromise. The SLA will not allow the enemy jive to deceive us into passively accepting genocide. Listen and watch, and let that spirit become your name. Love to our sisters and brothers in prison. Courage and faith to our 2 captured soldiers. Greetings to all oppressed people. May we connect. My name is Faiza. The SLA is taking these opportunities to speak with the people now because we have been having a temporary period of inactivity while waiting for the completion of our unit's last action. We know that the people want far more than $6 million of food, and we will continue to fight for the total liberation of all oppressed peoples by the only means available, that is, force of arms. The Court of the People has issued the Codes of War of the Sindanese Liberation Army, and I wish to state that Sinkiu Ntume is the General Field Marshal of the Sindanese Guerrilla Forces, as well as Chairman of the United Sindanese War Council. Sinkiu is a black brother who spent many years of his life in fascist America's concentration camps. Man-child years in prison cells and man years in prison cells. Sinkiu met literally thousands of black, brown, red, yellow, and white freedom fighters while he was locked down. Courageous comrade George Jackson was one among them. The spirit of all the brothers Sinkiu knows lives in him now, and the spirit of all the sisters that Sinkiu never had the opportunity to meet, but knows by common bond, like Asata Shakur, Lolita Lebron, and Bernadine Dorn, is always in his heart. When Sinkiu escaped alone on foot from Soledad prison, he did so for one reason only, to fight with the people and to lead the people in revolution. He did not escape so that he could kick back and hide and get high. He did not even escape so that he could satisfy a deep and longing personal ache to simply see the people and be on the streets and reunite with his family and be a father once again to his children. Sinkiu escaped so that he could actively stalk the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. The lives both he and the people's fighting forces lead now may be harsh and dangerous, but it is better to work with hard reality than to play in pleasant but unproductive, enslaving dreams. Sinkiu Ntume is the name that was bestowed upon him by his imprisoned sisters and brothers. It is the name of an ancient African chief who led the fight of his people for freedom. The name means fifth prophet, and Sin was many years ago given this name because of his keen instinct and senses, his spiritual consciousness, and his deep love for all the people and children of this earth. This does not, however, mean that Sinkiu is from God, or someone that is holy, or that he has an extreme ego problem, but simply that he to us and to all oppressed peoples is the instilled hope and spirit of his people and all peoples, and that he is of the people and from the people. A prophet is a leader and a fighter who is one of the people. Leaders are individuals who within themselves feel that it is time to lead and bring us one step closer to freedom for all peoples. A leader is one who is able to sense and to see what is coming at us. A leader is one who is able to help the people understand the swiftness and fierceness with which they must move if they will survive. Part of the revolutionary process in which we are engaged involves the constant redefining of thought, word, and action. We must deal with all the conditions outside ourselves which oppress and enslave us, and we must deal with the enemy within. We must deal with both these diseases simultaneously and with an unrelenting commitment and understanding that in reality we are not living to die, but rather all who choose to fight to the death are dying to live. Sin's example to the people has taught us through his actions and by his own words that he or she who is scared and seeks to run from death will find it. But she or he who is not afraid and who actively seeks death out will find it not at their door. We embrace the concepts of art and spiritual consciousness in material relevant terms based upon the common conditions of all oppressed peoples. We have begun to redefine art as the natural, creative reflection of our desperate struggle to survive. Art for us is the total process of sharing and communally using what we learn in order to live and to fight. We recognize sin as an artist for what he teaches the people, but we also realize, as he himself has said, that truth has no author. Another thing which we feel is necessary to clarify is the word spirit in all that which is called spiritual. The spirit is the bodies and souls of all the people, and the spiritual is the intensity of our common instincts, as reflected throughout history, to fight for the freedom of all oppressed peoples, to save the earth and the children from the putrid disease of bourgeois mentality and the putrid disease of the corporate fascist military state.
The stripe of a Martin Luther King or the labor unions who fight for certain rights for their members over all of the years. They aren't even that kind of revolutionaries. So we put the mark of the outlaw, and that's first. Secondly, we have set up a special force under Don Scott. And you remember that same force got rid of the Black Panther threat when Eldridge Cleaver was running the Black Panthers and teaching young people to make bombs, to scratch numbers off guns that were stolen, how to steal guns. We're doing the same thing, that same kind of a force. Now, we got Eldridge Cleaver out of town and pretty much wiped out his organization in a constitutional, legal manner in about 6 months to 8 months. And we think we can do the same now. We are going to have an intensive police activity in collaboration with the Oakland Police, the Berkeley Police, the FBI, to get rid of this terrible thing that's happening in our society. These are just confused, either jailbirds or confused college kids with vague political notions that somehow violence is justified in pursuance of political ideals. And we have to put the mark of the outlaw on that kind of conduct and then pursue it. Like these folks are extortioners and kidnappers and murderers, ex-jailbirds, not like they're some kind of new social force or some kind of a civil rights group.
Business of the revolution.
The prisons of America,
The following are enemies of the people. They are agents of the enemy and have been found guilty of working and informing to the enemy against the people, and therefore death warrants have been issued by this court against them, and they should be shot on sight with any of the people's forces when found. Colston Westbrook, male, black, age 35, brown eyes, brown hair, height 5'8", 210 pounds in weight. Berkeley language instructor, a resident of Oakland, is a government agent. Worked for the CIA in Vietnam as the interrogator and torture in the Phoenix operation against the Vietnamese people, and also served the same purpose in other foreign countries. Now working for military intelligence while giving cross assistance to the FBI. These worked for the CIA in Vietnam as the interrogator and torture and the Phoenix operation against the Vietnamese people, and also served the same purpose in other foreign countries. Now working for military intelligence while giving cross assistance to the FBI. These subjects had to be shot on sight whenever found at any time. Concerning the Hearst operation, the government dictatorship, as well as the Hearst empire, has shown that they are quite willing to murder even their own to maintain power over the people. Therefore, it is the judgment of this court that in the future no prisoners of the ruling class or its executive agents will be taken prisoner. The Court of the People this day issues the following order. All corporate enemies of the people will be shot on sight at any time and at any place. This order is permanent until such time as all enemy forces have either surrendered or been destroyed, and the protected custody prisoner. The subject has been freed, but has refused to go home nor take part as a member of the enemy fascist state. There is no further need to discuss the release of the prisoner under this condition, since the prisoner is now a comrade and has been accepted into the ranks of the People's Army as a comrade and fighter for the people's freedom. And therefore there is no further basis for negotiations, as the subject may leave whenever she feels that she wishes to do so. She is armed and well capable to defend herself. This operation is hereby terminated, and suspension of offensive operations is hereby rescinded, and all combat forces of the SLA and all people's forces are requested and so ordered to resume no more offensive combat operations against all enemies of the people. The Court of the People wishes to note that the people do not wish to be fed by the rich. The people want back the land. To our two soldiers who are in the hands of the enemy, and to all our comrades behind the walls. As you know, we have learned a hard lesson from our mistakes, and will learn from this for the future, and the war that we, the people, will win. I am sure that you understand that under our codes of war, there can be no surrender to the enemy at any time or at any place. You both have shown correct actions in recognizing that even though you are innocent of any crime, it is not possible for you to receive a fair trial in the enemy's arena. I deeply regret that you were not offensively prepared to attack rather than be seized by the enemy. I send you my love and the love of all your comrades, encouraging your determination to carry on the struggle even from that side of the wall, as we will never relent from this side. In this way, we do expect to meet again. At this point, I would like to take the opportunity to speak to my 6 lovely black babies. These subjects are to be shot on sight whenever found at any time. At this point, I would like to take the opportunity to speak to my 6 lovely black babies. Daddy wants you to understand that I can't come home because you and the people are not free. And as long as the enemy exists, I can find no rest or any hope for you or our people as a whole. I can be happy when the enemy murders the children of other fathers and mothers. In closing, I wish to play the national anthem of the Symbionese Liberation Army. My people, my brothers, my sisters, free the people, free the land, and save the children.